Welcome back, boxing fans, to another great show with Sean on Boxing. You're live for Rolly versus Tio. Right now, we're watching Utria versus Mercado. For any of you who did not watch the WBC tournament brought to you by Saudi Arabia, you would have probably missed Utria. He was the winner of that tournament and was a very exciting, hard punching Venezuelan fighter, which is pretty usual for Venezuelans. They tend to be hard punchers, and he lives up to that adage 100%. So Day's in there versus a very game veteran in Mercado, but the kind of opponent he should get through, right? In that tournament for the WBC, he was in with solid opponents. It wasn't bum bashing or low level type of fighters. It was legitimate dudes. And the guy he beat the last fight was a very skilled amateur fighter, solid pro from Kazakhstan. And he beat him clearly. Wasn't able to get rid of him because obviously once you step up your level and fight really skilled fighters, it doesn't come that easy anymore. So today we have to see if he's able to put that together, be patient, and land the big shots that he needs to get this guy out of there. What's up? Salute to the LGBC. So, what are you guys predicting today as far as Rolly versus Tio? In my prediction, I predicted that Tio would win late by stoppage. It's a ballsy pick on my part, but it ain't costing me anything. It's just a prediction. With my prediction league, I mean, if you predict those things correct, it's big bonus points. So sometimes you need to go out there and make wild predictions. I see a lot of people on social media a lot of them are leaning towards Rolly, which I understand. Rolly's the naturally bigger fighter. Tio's coming up to his third weight division. And since he left 130 pounds, power has seemed to be diminished, right? And we know Rolly's been very patient. He said he's going to come forward, but I don't expect that. I expect him to be patient, waiting on the outside to try to counter Tio. And that could cause some problems for Tio. As far as this fight right now, it's similar. Uche is just not throwing and landing enough punches. Mercado's being the much more aggressive pressure fighter in this fight. Got Utria on his back feet, where he's just not able to sit down on his punches and be nearly as effective. Oh, there was a clubbing right hand that got through for Mercado. A bit of back and forth between the two of them after the rounds. But, that's good. Hopefully that will fire some energy into Utria's gut. Rolly doesn't have the fight style that Tio struggles with. But he does tend to be very patient, like when he fought Ryan, not overly aggressive, doesn't come to him, which obviously is something that Tio prefers. He sort of sits back, uses his jab, is patient, waiting for a counterpuncher, low volume. And that could cause problems because Tio could become a little too aggressive and potentially walk into something. Romero got better under Salas. Don't sleep. Exactly. Yeah, it's true. A lot more patient, a lot less wild. There's like clubbing right hand. And we're off for round four. Uchia comes out with a big right hand to start the rounds. Let's see, there's another big right there. He's being more aggressive. Well, that's what he's got to do. He's got to push this guy back, land that jab, get this guy against the ropes, land that body shot and those clubbing right hands. Because we know he's the naturally bigger puncher out of these two. Yeah, land that jab. That's the fucking game difference right there. You start landing that jab against Mercado, and the fight's over. Earlier today, we had quite a few young up and comers fight on the prelim version. I know the one guy from Canada ended up scoring a knockout. Let's go, Canada. The guy that trains under Floyd Mayweather. I don't know if you guys watched any of the prelims. Who impressed you out of the young fighters? Because obviously I didn't watch those fights, but I'll go back after this and go back and watch those fights later on this afternoon. Utria really cranks that left hand. A lot of leverage behind it. In that World Boxing Series that Utria won, he had to come through a lot of good fighters. A lot of guys were a lot more celebrated going into that tournament than him. He was kind of the guy that came out of nowhere and surprised everybody and kind of took over. Getting caught in those counter punches. Who did he beat? 14-0, 11 KOs. His last fight was against Mujabilo Tursunov, an undefeated Kazakh fighter, 9-0, beat him over 8 rounds. Prior to that, he beat South African fighter, 10-2, stopped him in one. Beat Spencer Wilcox, 12-0, American fighter, stopped him in 6 rounds. And the biggest upset was David Allen Kretz, who at the time was 15-1 with a lot of power. Uh, he stopped Kretz, and a lot of people were favoring this guy Kretz to win the tournament. The Argentinian kid, currently 18-2 with 17 KOs. Obviously, he had a loss early on in his career, and then obviously lost to this guy. Since then, he's bounced back with 3 victories in a row. Not against stellar opponents: 7-8-1, 8-4-3, 9-2-1, knocking out all three of them to continue to build up his resume against mediocre type of opponents. Sean, your boy Bade might upset Schofield, I think. You think so? I haven't watched Batty fight, so I'm not that familiar with him. But I would love to see him fucking beat Schofield. Schofield, I think, is bad for the sport, right? The dude's pulled out of big fights after talking loads of shit. He's not that active. His father's one of those fucking trolls online, which I guess it's good to build up your son, but it's annoying as a boxing fan to have all these fathers fucking beak off constantly. No one gives a fuck what you have to say, old man. Literally. People are interested in seeing your son fight, not seeing you fucking lip off and give fucking lip service to everybody. Devin Haney's dad, currently one of the worst. So they got the card so far 2-2, which I pretty much agree with. I think the problem is Utria is just not using his jab enough to set up his power shots. When he's throwing his jab, he's able to push Mercado backwards and then sit down on his punches. Yeah, that's it. Jab to the body, jab to the chest. You do that, and Mercado looks very one-dimensional. I'm not paying for this card and can't be bothered to steal it, so I'll just listen to your commentary. How much money is it in the UK for you to buy it on DAZN? Because for me, what was it? $18. So for $18, I mean, I'm not too upset. Now, if it was $80, I would fucking definitely wouldn't pay. But for 18, yeah, no worries. Haney's dad has actually done a great job relative to his son's ability. Without Bill, we probably wouldn't know who he is. And even we did, we probably wouldn't care. That's true. Yeah, $20, not bad, but similar to me. Yeah, it's like 600 and something NT in Taiwan. 1,000 is $30. It's true. This potential card, I mean, The main fight could really be a crapshoot with not much to pay attention to. You could easily see Rolly maybe go in there and just get man. Oh, good counter shot from Mercado. Mercado's game. Got to give him that. Use your jab, young fella. How old is Utria? Yeah, he's still young, right? 22 years old, 5'9" with a 70-inch reach, which is pretty long for these smaller weight classes. I mean, he must have a few inches on Mercado. What's Mercado? 5'8". Yeah, okay, not much. Maybe a half an inch or an inch longer. But Mercado is no bum. He's been in with some good opponents. The only guy he lost to was that Canadian fighter, the Russian Canadian. Yeah, dude, it's still early. You're up 3-2, and how many more rounds to go? Is this a 10-rounder or an 8-rounder? Yeah, 10-rounder. So you're halfway through the fight. Long time to go. If Mercado's looking good, from round to round. I thought you were talking about Tito Mercado. No, he was fighting on the Clarissa Shields undercard, but the African fighter that he was supposed to face ended up coming in over 6 to 8 pounds overweight, so that fight was canceled. So unfortunately, Mercado didn't get the fights, which he's probably just going to score a knockout. But it's good to see a young guy like him stay busy, right? This Mercado is not on that level. They wouldn't put Utria in with Tito Mercado. Not at this point, at least. That's the problem with Utria. Some rounds he comes out, he's just not aggressive. Now he's coming out, and his coach must have kicked him in the ass. But don't be overly aggressive. You gotta fucking be smart, right? Use the jab. Maybe after winning the World Boxing Series thing, the WBC thing, Utria got a bit of money, so maybe not as hungry as he was before that. Literally. There you go. Use that jab. Good jab to the body. Sometimes that's the problem with power punchers. They just don't throw enough. They just sit back and wait too long. You got to bring that counter left to the head. He always goes to the body. He never brings it to the head. And it's there for this guy. He could knock this dude out with a short counter left. He looks like he's blowing heavy too. You're 22. It's like my English friend. He was playing football the other day, and he's like 40 and playing a team that's trying to be kind of semi-pro in Taiwan. To be semi-pro in Taiwan, you don't need to be that good, but obviously he was good when he was younger. Now a little older. He played 90 minutes, and the team is full of young Taiwanese guys, right? 22-year-old kids, and they're like getting off after 45 minutes, and he's shaking his head, going, "What the fuck is wrong with you kids, man? You're fucking 22 years old, and the 40-year-old is the one staying on because you guys are tired and can't go 90 minutes." And that's kind of like this fight. Mercado looks stable, professional, experienced. Utria is blowing a little heavy, picking his spots. Volume isn't high enough. It's not an impressive victory for him being on a big platform, that's for sure. Who else is on today's card? Let's check it out. So next is going to be the Cuban, uh, Yonli Hernandez versus Francisco Daniel Verone. Should be a good fight. Verone is a tough dude. He should be able to give Hernandez some rounds. If Hernandez is able to go out there and steamroll that kid from Argentina, that would be a very impressive performance from him. And then Gary Antoine Russell, the third Russell, the low weight Russell, is fighting Victor Santillan. Neither of those guys are top fighters at bantamweight. Maybe Russell could put himself in a position for another world title fight. Obviously, he already got beat by Emmanuel Rodriguez, an Inui opponent. And then, of course, the main event. So the next three fights, there's no real name recognition in the two prelim fights. Russell is like, nobody knows who he is. Nobody pays attention to him. Yonli Hernandez looks like he could be good, but we know Cubans in America, they don't get much push, right? If Matias was on this card, I would have bought it. Subriel Matias, I think he's like spending his money after getting beat in his last fights. Round 7. This kid's gonna have to be more aggressive. Like jab to the chest, man. You don't need to try to bomb away. You gotta like set up your offense. It's too obvious that you're throwing clubbing right hands and sweeping lefts. That's mostly all he does. When he establishes his jab, it's more effective. Mercado's having a lot of success with his jab. Timing beats speed. You can definitely see mentally the young kid is starting to fade mentally, whereas the other guy sees hope. Mercado's pushing the pressure, combination punching, putting his hands together, winning the rounds. The young guy just throwing the same things. After 8 rounds, I would have this 4-4. 2 rounds to go. And this young brother, I don't know. His power has definitely not looked that impressive. Like, you know, some guys, they just throw different, right? Even if they're missing or just countering, like hitting you on shoulders or something, you can see shit's dangerous. Like when you watch the Nui fight Junto Nakatani, Junto's punches looked dangerous. You can understand why Inui wasn't eager to become overly aggressive. But this kid, nothing he's throwing really looks like it's that devastating for a guy that coming through that tournament was knocking out everybody and really impressing the world. 11 knockouts and 14 wins. This could potentially be his first loss. He's 22 years old, so it's still young, but this is definitely gonna fuck him up as far as the money moving forward. I think this is round 8. Sorry, I might have jumped ahead of myself earlier. Yeah, this is round 8. So I think I have it 3-4-3 for Mercado. The young kid usually comes out the second round and pushes it, but we'll see if he's able to do that in this round. Mercado's pace is picking up as the fight progresses. This is definitely not an impressive victory for the young Venezuelan kid. He does not look like he's going to be the next Venezuelan killer. Who was the guy from Venezuela? The big power puncher everybody wanted Pacquiao to fight? I can't remember his name. I think Inui would have been the perfect boxer if he was brought up with a better trainer who taught fundamentals better, similar to Roy Jones. Roy Jones didn't have great fundamentals. What made Roy Jones great was his natural athletic ability. So even if he didn't utilize a jab, he still beat guys that were fundamentally, I wouldn't say better than him. He just didn't utilize fundamentals per se. He went off of, he was a jazz musician in the ring, right? And that's what was impressive with him. Inui initially in his career had fundamentals. Japanese fighters all learn the fundamentals. It's just because he was such a knockout puncher, he didn't need to follow them that much, right? Well, but if Roy would have fought more with fundamentals, we probably wouldn't have got the natural sort of swag from him, right? That jazz music that he was playing when you go in there and you throw three left hands back to back to back, right? And the third one lands and drops an opponent. The problem is he needed those fundamentals later on in his life, right? When he came down from heavyweight. But yeah, what were the fights earlier today? We had this man, my Canadian brethren, who's training with Floyd Mayweather. Joseph Brown, 8-0 with 5 knockouts, went in there today and beat Alton Wiggins. So far, the opponents he's in with are garbage, but he's only 19 years old. He's a kid. They call him the prodigy. Yeah, they're definitely planning on having him have about 30 fights before he gets a world title fight, right? Pretty much. Because he's 19, he's had 8 professional fights. The level of opposition is pure garbage. Garbage. Blankis, I saw him sitting ringside. This kid, 3-0 with 2 knockouts. He fought earlier from Milwaukee, also 19, also similar, in with garbage opponents, like really low level. The guy he beat today, he went 4 rounds with him, and the guy was 0-0-1. Benjamin Johnson, I think he's the guy that trains with Lamont Roach. This kid, 8-0, 7 KOs. He went the distance today, had a no contest in his last fight. Yeah, again, these guys are fighting really low level opposition. And Marco Romero, 15-0 with 13 KOs, 20 years old. He was in with a 6-1 fighter today, knocked him out in 1 round. But if you look at his opponents, not so bad. He's already been in with Vaughn Alexander. I know Vaughn's super old, but very experienced, right? Remember Devin Alexander's brother? Spent lots of time in the joint, got out and started his boxing career. Currently 19-18-2. Been in with all kinds of tough opponents. Like everybody. Literally, that guy just fought Gabriel Rosado in 2025. Fought Darius Fulgrim. Fought Christian Billy. Yeah, he's been in with lots of fighters. Sergey Derevchenko. Yeah. So for a young kid like him to fight him, you're in with a good experienced fighter. But yeah, that was the prelims. 4 fighters in with mediocre opposition. Sean, who would you pick in a fantasy fight between Inui and the version of Pacquiao that fought Ledwawa? So that fight was at what weight? 122 pounds, where Inui is right now. I think, 118. Uh, Pacquiao was dangerous, but he was a one-handed fighter, right? And I think what gave Ledwawa problems is that he just didn't know who he was. He was a replacement opponent. Afterwards, we saw Morales beat Pacquiao because he knew he was a one-handed fighter, so he was able to take away his one hand. I think Inui would do the same thing versus that version of Pacquiao. But obviously, Pacquiao's speed and power would have made him dangerous. But Inui's also very fast. It probably would have been the fastest opponent Pacquiao's ever been in with, right? And vice versa. But obviously, Inui's fundamentals are much better than Pacquiao. He's able to establish a jab, right? Control the distance and potentially catch Manny coming in. But I could easily see Manny dropping Inui as well. But we've seen Inui come back after getting dropped multiple times and get knockout wins. So yeah, super bantamweight. That's the fight I found out about Manny. I don't see anyone being prime back Pacquiao beating him, or even uh, him in the current roster. Even Prime Lomachenko would get blitzed. Well, Pacquiao lost, right? He lost to Marquez. He lost to Morales. So even the sensational version of Pacquiao, he still ended up losing fights. Obviously, Morales beat him because he was one-handed fighter. He came back a much more well-rounded fighter and then beat the crap out of Morales in the rematch. And as far as losing to Marquez, I mean, the first fight dropped Marquez early, but then Marquez was able to basically control him for the rest of the fight. And then no matter what adjustments Pacquiao had, he still had problems with Marquez's style, getting knocked out the last fight, even though that was his probably most dominant performance against Marquez. Even though Manny would throw the right hand repetitively, he knew how to time it without getting caught a lot. Left hand, I mean. Well, the way he threw his left, taking his head off the line and getting more extension for that straight fucking left down the middle. It's a great punch that he could throw consistently and not get shot, not get hit by it, even being shorter than his opponents. I look at a lot of other southpaws and I don't understand why they don't do something similar, right? Like even you throw that punch into Lomachenko, where he kind of does that. Even if you miss, it doesn't matter because you're not in a position to get countered. But if you land, obviously you're going to have more range. It's going to make you rangier. One problem with Lomachenko, he's short and not a very long range fighter. So he needs to get inside to be effective against you. Having a shot like that can, stretch things out a little bit. So that was definitely one of Manny's strengths, and the fact that he was able to set that punch up because he had fast feet. Oh, it looks like Mercado's gonna win. Come on, Utria. You need to fucking finish this round strong, kid. He's blowing hard, struggling to go 10 rounds. I think this is his first 10-round fight, with a solid veteran. Oh, there you go. That's a nice counter right from Utria. Yeah, this is his. Oh, sorry. He went 10 rounds before back in the day, but that fight literally went 2 rounds, so he didn't go 10 rounds. This is obviously the longest he's been in his career, and being a knockout puncher, he hasn't necessarily needed to go a lot of rounds either. Oh, Mercado's picking it up, putting the pressure on him. See, this is the thing. Mercado's veteran game. He did slap sometimes, and unfortunately, a lot of the punches he lands are in the inside, so you couldn't really. He didn't get scored for them the way he should have, because it was hard to necessarily see a lot of the work. That's why he would often feel like he obviously won clearly and dominantly, but refs sometimes didn't see it that way, because depending on your angle, it's hard to necessarily see how effective he's being on the inside. No, he could have definitely been a better all around fighter. But like everybody, everyone has strengths and weaknesses. Utria, you're gonna fucking lose, buddy. Yeah, don't get too cocky, kid. Don't be surprised that this is the first loss of your career. Mercado did exactly what veteran fighters should do. He did sweep the union even at almost 40. I plan to attend his first fight back. Always been on my bucket list. That would be great. Fighting Suarez. That amateur pedigree was too ingrained in him to fully transition into pro style, throwing shots with full extension. Although he did improve later in his career. Yeah, like I would have liked to see him be able to be more of a back foot boxer, right? And moved off his back foot using a bit more of that amateur pedigree, depending on the style, and then trying to set traps, catching guys come in to be more of a counter puncher. Because obviously he fought the way he fought, which was effective, but there's always going to be a style that is not as effective against. So then you got to be able to do something different, right? I don't think Ishaki Foster will beat Lomachenko. I don't think Oshaki Foster is going to beat Navarrete. So I see Suarez getting beat by Loma and Navarrete beating Foster, and then Navarrete and Lomachenko meeting up, which would be great. I saw John try to poo-poo on it, and it's like, what do you mean? Isn't Lomachenko doing it the right way? He's not chasing after Navarrete in the first fight. He's fighting his mandatory. You beat his mandatory. Now you're in position to get a world title fight. Isn't that exactly what you would expect a guy like Lomachenko to do? He's not jumping the queue. He's not being given a world title fight. He's like earning it. Split decision. Mercado's going to get robbed. I think so. Fuck. Yeah. Robbery. Robbery. That's a robbery. And I knew she was going to give a bad scorecard. She's fucking terrible. She had the most missed fucking match fucking resume, like scorecard out of everybody. 97, 93. It's like, the, yeah, 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 yeah. But that's it. How does fucking people like her get jobs, right? Like, it's fucking robbery. Like, if it was closer, okay, it is what it is. But fucking when she throws out that card, man, Prime Loma wins every day of the week against Nav and Foster. At this point, I don't see it. Well, that's it. At 130 pounds, Lomachenko was fucking unbeatable. Unbeatable. He would have beat Pacquiao at 130. I don't know who I see beating him at 130. He was a beast, a behemoth, a monster. We robbed you, but we'll give you a t shirt. I think he misses the sport. When you're that talented, it's hard to stop doing the one thing everybody praises you for. And I think the problem was he felt like he was kind of robbed and fucked over by the system, right? And so it takes a while away from the sport to sort of, not take stuff personal. And I think that's kind of what happened. He won the title, he retired, you get away from the sport, and then you kind of look back at things and you're like, yeah, okay, I think I won. And most people that watch the fight think I won, but it is what it is. He also thought he won versus Tio. And I'm a huge Lomachenko fan. I thought Tio won. If Loma would have won the 12th rounds, I had it a draw. But yeah, the female judge scored Canelo versus GG 118, 110. Yeah, yeah. And she's still fucking scoring to this day, right? This is what hurts boxing. Shitty sanctioning bodies and fucking shitty judges like her. If you want to clean up boxing, you get rid of fucking cunts like her and you fucking streamline the fucking sanctioning bodies. One or two at the most. Four, ridiculous. Nobody needs four fucking sanctioning bodies. Why? For what point? So there's four world champions that never will fight each other to unify. Two, at least the possibility of having them unify is pretty simple, right? Like back in the day. Having four is just a money fucking grab. That's all it is, a money grab. You know it, I know it. Everybody knows what's going on. Greedy fucking promoters want to make sure that they're getting as much money as they can by having fucking bullshit titles around fighters that they represent. Networks want the titles because then they can market it as if it's something significant, like Rolly versus Ryan. Or I mean, Rolly versus Dio, Ryan versus Ben. That's true. I agree. I thought he beat Haney, but I definitely saw that he could have really put a nail in that coffin, potentially even got Devin Haney out of there, right? That's the problem. Lomachenko is a small guy. He's fighting these big dudes. It takes a lot of effort. He's not naturally a huge puncher, right? But precision punching was effective. But, like you think about all these guys he fought and he hurt them, but he wasn't able to finish them, right? Russell versus Santillan. Russell, he ain't his brother. Come on, what's going on? Let's go, box rec. Stop fucking around. You see John Boxing the other day trying to compare Devin Haney's low volume to Canelo Alvarez because I made a video saying who I feel is the most boring fighter in boxing. It's my feelings. If John thinks Canelo's the most boring boxer, that's fine. That's his feelings. But you're trying to use race to try to defend Devin Haney. But yet, the majority of fans, even Black American fans, think Devin Haney is fucking boring, right? In the Ramirez fight, he ran like fucking crazy. He ran like William Skull. Canelo didn't run. Skull ran. Devin Haney ran, which is why both of those guys were criticized, right? Obviously, people thought Ramirez and Canelo could have done more, but they weren't the ones fucking running. And then in the fight where he drops the guy in the second round, he went on for the next 10 rounds and slow danced his way to a victory. Landed 70 punches in both of those fights. And then John, to make this racial, which is what he does, talks about Canelo Alvarez, a guy who's almost retired, right? A guy that prior to the William Skull fight, people were saying was slipping, was slowing down, wasn't the same fighter he had been previously, right? Devin Haney's 27 years old in his prime. If you're getting this shit now out of him, what are you going to get when he's 35? Like, give me a break. But that's this guy, man. Everything is racial. In the first fight at 135 was Linares, who hadn't lost in like 4 years and was the lineal champ, and stopped him. That's when I feel he really proved himself, regardless of his resume. Yeah, well, and people were pushing for that, right? Because none of the champions at 130 would fight him. So they said, go up to 135. And he did. And he beat him. But then they said, oh, well, you didn't beat Mikey Garcia. But literally, Mikey Garcia is the one that ruined that to go fight fucking Errol Spence. Canelo has been having low punch output because he's in his mid 30s. He used to throw a lot when he was in Haney's age. Well, that's it. He's young, right? And he's a knockout puncher. When was the last time Devin Haney scored a knockout? Like, I saw people say Shakur was the most boring. Shakur landed fucking twice as many punches as Devin Haney did in his fight versus Teo, right? And he's scored a knockout more recently than Devin Haney has. He doesn't run around the ring or hold like crazy in fights. He's defensive, but he's not running. Even was fighting Golovkin when he was Haney's age. Exactly. Even Floyd in his 30s was more exciting than a prime Haney. Nello was hunting. Haney was being hunted. Exactly. Linares was unbeaten for 7 years, not 4, and had made what, 6 successful world title defenses before Lomachenko knocked him off that perch and basically ruined his career or ended his career. Here's the next superstar. Fernando Vargas's kid. Yes, Evan's a good guy, but sometimes the narratives he pushes, it's like you don't need to hate on Crawford to build up Lomachenko. Two different fighters, great careers, both of them. And we know, like Golovkin, like Lomachenko, like some fighters, top level dudes were ducking him. Crawford was being ducked by all the PBC fighters from 135, 140 to 147 to 154. A lot of those names should have been on Crawford's resume, right? Danny Garcia, Keith Thurman, Manny Pacquiao potentially. You know, obviously Sean Porter earlier on, Errol Spence earlier on, could have had multiple fights with Spence before the car crash. You could he's got the Porter Spence fight and Canelo. Evan, don't be like that. Use common sense. You know he was fucking blatantly ducked. He ended up getting Spence because there was no alternative at the end of Spence's run. He got Porter before he fucking retired, right? When he'd already been beaten multiple times. He could have fought Danny Garcia at 140 for unification. Danny Garcia fucking ducked, post out, ducked him. He could have had Broner, which would have been a huge money fight. Broner wanted nothing to do with him. Could have had Keith Thurman, huge money fight. Keith Thurman wanted nothing to do with him. Could have had Pacquiao, huge money fight. Pacquiao and his team didn't want anything to do with him. So yeah, blatantly ducked by fucking multiple PBC fighters. He wouldn't have got to wash Danny Garcia or Keith Thurman. He could have fought Thurman when he was an undefeated champion, and Danny Garcia when he's an undefeated champion coming off a fucking Matias victory. Well, but it's not Crawford's fault that Errol Spence ducked him literally from when he fought Mikey Garcia. That's when we boxing fans were saying that Spence and Crawford should fight for unification, and then Lomachenko should fight Mikey Garcia. You can't blame Crawford. He was calling him out. The video's there. Him and Bob Arum talking to Errol Spence, who put it out there that basically he was going to fucking duck him until the last possible fucking second, which is exactly what he did. Oh my God, you're fucking mental. Spence looked fucking faster. Fuck off. Get out of here. Spence looked like a fucking shell in the Tim Tszyu fight. Yeah, if Spence was shot before Crawford's fight, is that Crawford's fault? Errol Spence being a drunk and crashing his car, almost killing himself. That's his fault. The fight could have happened way before that. How are you blaming Crawford because Errol Spence is a fucking booze hound that wasn't professional? Right? This is the problem with people like you pushing narratives like this because it's clear it just comes from a place of hate, not a place of fucking rational boxing talk. Well, that's it. All the PBC fanboys that were talking about Errol Spence being pound for pound number one over Canelo Alvarez, the face of boxing in America. Well, that's it. When I talked about the crash and how potentially it could have ruined his career, they said I was racist. But apparently, I was the only one who was concerned for Errol Spence's well being. Well, that's it. His best win, Cal Brook, was coming off of a fucking knockout loss in a broken orbital bone versus Golovkin. Didn't get a chance to come down gradually and beat an opponent to get prepared for Errol Spence. He literally had to fight Errol Spence coming off of a loss at middleweight. I mean, of course he was going to lose that fight. And then Errol Spence fought Danny Garcia, who jumped up two weight divisions, or sorry, Mikey Garcia, who jumped up two weight divisions. Like the things fucking the PBC and Errol Spence fans allowed him to do. The Kache and Garner should happen sometime next year or later this year. Kache, right? Is that guy interested in fighting fucking anyone? Who the fuck is Garner? I don't even know who that is. So it makes me feel like he's just fighting another nobody. Let's look at these rankings. Garner, Kakache. Kakache should be fighting Samadov, the interim champion. Who's Garner? That guy's not even ranked in the top 15. You want the guy to fight some dude that's not even ranked? Ryan Garner is a top 10 guy at 130. Well, he's not ranked by the WBA in the top 15. They got an interim champion in Samedov, who he could fight. Musam Golam is the number one fucking mandatory opponent. And then the guy I would like to see him fight, Hayata Tsutsumi, the Japanese fighter, the brother of Ryota Tatsumi. Top 5 in BoxRec and 6 in Ring Magazine. And he's not even ranked by the WBA. So what's the chances of him getting a fight against Kakache if he's not even ranked by that sanctioning body? Doesn't seem very fucking likely. Garner, not ranked by the IBF. Garner is the interim champion for O'Shaquie Foster's title. I never heard of the fucking guy. Who did he beat to become interim champion? Hola, what's up, Wayne? Oh, he's a UK bum, eh? A1, have you watched Garner fight? What do you think as a UK representative? Garner. Yeah, can't be that impressive. I've literally never fucking even heard of the guy. Imagine the hype if Atoma knocks Hrgovic out next week. He's going to knock him out. And it's going to be Pacquiao versus fucking De La Hoya. I got Tio over Rolly. 11th round stoppage. Garner from England. 20-0, 10 knockouts. Oh my God, come on. You just want Kakache to fucking beat some bum ass opponent. This guy, the Piranha. The only people he's beaten are English fighters. Archie Sharp, fucking Reese Pilati. Oh, maybe he's Welsh, but you know what I mean, from the UK. Literally 2 fights ago, he fought a guy who was 19 and 12. Yeah. I don't think that would be an exciting fight. I think Kakache would fucking knock his ass out. Yeah. I could see from his resume, he's nothing special. Like, I'd rather see fucking Kakache fight the interim champion for the WBA, Salmadov, or Hayata Tsutsumi, who will fucking beat him. Come on, Tsutsumi. But, you know, Evan was a huge proponent for the guy that Navarrete fucking destroyed. 16 and 2, 7 KOs. Is that his wife or his fucking manager? So this is for a title. What title's on the line here? Evan, you should have known Nunez was too small for Nava. Good day. What's up, Kookabarrel Kit Kat? Well, that's true. How do you see a DB Prime Kovalev fight going? David Benavidez? Yeah, participation title. Round 1, participation title is starting. Uh, Kovalev early on, before fucking he was a drunk. I think would have beat David Benavidez. He had a great jab, great power, obviously a very good overall boxer. But it's a tough call, right? Benavidez has a good jab. His feet are not that great. Kovalev, especially early Kovalev's feet were better. Kovalev was a more natural 175-pound fighter than David, who already is a cruiserweight. He's never going to be at 175 again, that guy. I thought you were picking Nunez. My bad. He changed. He changed and went against Nunez after taking more closer looks of him and being kind of exposed. But he was Nunez's favorite proponent, a big Nunez fan. Hi. Why are you hitting and holding, Russell? The Russell boys are a real fucking weird family. Not that that's a bad thing. They're just special as a whole, the whole family. Very unique crew. I remember when the usual suspects were saying that Anui was ducking Russell. Ducking Russell. Yeah, there's no vacant title right now at bantamweight. Reyes is the champion for the IBF. Jesse is the WBA champion. Takuma Inui is the WBC champion. And Christian Medina, potentially Bam Rodriguez's next opponent, is the WBO champion. Or is this like upper weight class? Because if it's so it's going to be for Santillan's WBA regular interim title. So what's fucking Russell trying to do? Get an Inui fight? Because we know the only champion fucking of that weight class is Inui. Russell, ranked number 4, fighting the interim champion. Yeah. I mean, it would be ironic. The usual suspects will talk that fight up, but once it gets to actually putting money down to make the fight, then they'll fucking find a way to shit on Inui and downplay fucking Russell. Russell strikes me as the type of family that believes they were the real Jews. That's true. Yeah, that's true. That's exactly what they come across as. How many of them are named Gary? All of them. Recency bias I see on daily basis in boxing is crazy. I'm sure like 80% of people would pick Benavidez to beat Prime Kovalev. Yeah, well, that's true, right? And it's not that he couldn't beat him. I mean, he just hasn't done enough at 175 pounds for me to be overly confident that he would beat a Prime Kovalev. Dummy Blue Ball still tries to push the narrative that Russell should have gotten a draw against Loma. The man got completely whooped. Well, it's no surprise. That was the first time a lot of those brothers were fucking exposed for just being racialized, right? Good jab from Russell. It's unfortunate Gary, the PBC, fucked him over. How come Gary Russell didn't get a fucking unification fight with Leo Santa Cruz? Because they knew Gary Russell would beat Leo Santa Cruz. Leo Santa Cruz was a bigger seller for the PBC because of the Mexican fan base. So they didn't want to fucking put him in a position like that. Not until they used him to help build fucking Tank Davis into a pay-per-view star. John will cry and moan, but everybody fucking with two eyes knows that's exactly what happened. Why wouldn't they have fucking Russell fight Leo Santa Cruz for unification at fucking his 126-pound weight, as opposed to make him go up to fight Tank Davis for a bullshit title at 130, a weight division he never did fucking anything in? But, you know, clowns are clowns. They are what they are. It's not like anybody's hating on Tank Davis. The PBC set that fight up to build up Tank Davis. It is what it is. Just like they used Mikey Garcia to try to build fucking Errol Spence into a pay-per-view star. Two top-level Mexican fighters used to try to fucking sell the first pay-per-view fight for two up-and-coming Black Americans. Risky fight for Loma in his third fight. He was 22-0. Yeah. Well, and Loma got robbed in that previous fight, fighting a guy who came in overweight, wasn't eligible for the title, hit fucking low so many times and didn't have 1 point fucking deducted, and still almost got him out there in the 12th round when he dropped him. Yeah. But that was part of Lomachenko's problem, right? His ego was too big. And often it put him in positions where if his team would have been stronger and he would have listened to them, he wouldn't have ended up being in that position. He wouldn't have fought that guy who didn't make weight for the world title. He would have said, no, fight's off. And they would have found a replacement opponent later on and he would have fought for the title later, right? Against Tio, his shoulder was injured, but he refused to walk away even though his father told him to, right? And threatened to retire if they didn't let him fucking go through with it. And then what happens is you come out, you're not at your best, you end up getting beat in a fight you should have won, right? Yeah. The people still sweat Loma lost and swear they know boxing. Well, they just have hate for Lomachenko because he was that white boy that potentially could have proven them all wrong. They're happy that he got beat, though, by 3 fighters, because especially one black fighter, because now they can sort of use that as a way to downplay him and dismiss him, the way John does and says, he does, nobody should fucking, Navarrete, Foster fight winner shouldn't fight him. Why shouldn't they fight him? It would be the biggest fight of their career. If Foster beats Navarrete and then has a fucking fight with Lomachenko, it's a career-defining fucking fight for Foster. Navarrete for the same. If he beats Foster and then fights Lomachenko, it's a career-defining fight for Navarrete. Don't forget how stupid Loma made them feel when he embarrassed Rigo. Oh yeah, Rigo's on another level. He's gonna break Loma's jaw. We remember fucking all that bullshit coming from Ego, fucking obviously Dante's Boxing Nation, all the usual suspects, John, and of course Fannin. I mean, and then of course those guys change their tune and say, oh, you know, we weight bullied him. Weight bullied him. You weight bully a guy you didn't even fucking call out. It's like when John was saying that Canelo was weight bullying Bud Crawford. Canelo never chased after fucking Crawford. Never mentioned him. Wasn't interested in a Crawford fight. But he's weight bullying Crawford. Yeah. How do you weight bully a guy that you have no interest in actually fighting? The only reason the fight happens is because the powers that be want the fight. And they have enough money and enough pressure to put you into a position where eventually you say, well, the money's big enough where I guess I might as well just do it. No. Well, that's it. They don't want Lomachenko to be champ. They don't want him to continue to build his legacy because that makes them look bad and it exposes their racial fucking bias. If Loma comes back and becomes undisputed at 130 at this age right? In the weight class, we all knew he was at his best, where he was making motherfuckers no mas left, right, and center, right? What are they going to say? Oh, there's nobody at that weight class. Nobody. You guys literally have Oshaki Foster on your pound for pound list, kind of like a Nui fighting Fulton. You guys literally had Fulton on your pound for pound list, right? Literally. But then after they get beat, then you're going to say, oh, well, then they weren't on pound for pound lists. Some people had them pound for pound, but they weren't legitimate pound for pound fighters. Ah, convenient. Convenient. Well, that's it. Well, but Loma didn't need to go up 2 weight classes to fight Haney. Haney was just 2 weight classes bigger than him on fight night. That's all. It's different. Haney was drained, right? That wasn't the best version of Haney that fought Lomachenko. If Lomachenko would have fought the best version of Haney, Haney would have knocked him out. Well, they don't blindly do it. They do it purposely. They know exactly what they're fucking doing. And then come out and say black American fighters are held to a higher standard. But then you defend Tank Davis. And you try to fucking use a 35, 36-year-old Canelo Alvarez as a comparison. Whereas uh, Tank Davis hasn't done fucking anything compared to Canelo Alvarez. How do you mention them in the same fucking breath? When has he been a unified champion? Never. Oh, Manny Pacquiao was also never a unified champion. In a complete different time in boxing where most fighters weren't trying to become undisputed. Who was undisputed during the Pacquiao Floyd Mayweather era? Bernard Hopkins, right? And only at middleweight was it anything people tried to do. Recently, it's become the trend, the thing that people have aimed for. And a lot of that came from non Americans who wanted to be seen as the best fighter in the division. And knowing that there was 4 champions, they wanted to get all the belts, whether that was Usyk, Golovkin, fucking Kovalev, Lomachenko, Bivol, Better BF, all guys that strived to become undisputed. Even if they weren't always successful, that's what they strove for. Americans, you look at guys like Shakur Stevenson, he could try to become undisputed at 135. He is not trying. He could try to become undisputed at 140. He's not interested. He could try to be undisputed at 147. That's not his thing. Devin Haney did it once, but only because he had to fight one fighter to accomplish it. One, Cambosis. Well, it's true, of course. I mean, just look at David Benavidez fans. You can't have a fucking conversation with David Benavidez fans. They're fucking just as radical, just as crazy. And I'm sure Canelo Alvarez Mexican fans were exactly the same. I'm not one of them, so I don't group myself in that group. I have Canelo as a good fighter, but he was never a fighter that I thought was that fighter. I always saw holes in him. When he was lower, his gas tank wasn't great. He's not a high volume puncher, right? But he's good, pound for pound. Maybe definitely one of the best Mexican champions of all time. Is he the best? I don't know about that. Russell fucking hits too much in the back of the head, man. We just had a guy die because of that, Russell, and now you're coming out doing that shit like crazy. Uh, I've been boxed. I've been in boxing servers with this Evan guy, and he's just blatantly racist in there, but acts like he's fair and virtuous when he's on certain channels. He doesn't come off racist here, but he does come off uh, that certain fighters he really hates. But for fight fans that hate Crawford, I don't chalk that up to racism because there's huge amount of Black American boxing fans that were exactly the same, right? All the PBC guys and Errol Spence fans. Nobody was more negative and anti Crawford than that fucking crew. So I just think a lot of it, it's not racism. It's just fucking people are mental fanboys, crazy fanboys, right? And they want to build up their fighters by fucking shitting on others. And like you said earlier, you don't need to downplay somebody to build up someone else. When I say I think Devin Haney's boring, that's my opinion. I still have him in the pound for pound top 10. So I still think he's a good fighter, skilled fighter who's proven a lot. So he's on my pound for pound list because of those reasons. If I hated him, I would fucking try to do everything in my power to not give him praise and credit and not put him on lists, as we've seen many of these kind of guys do previously with other fighters like Junto and Kenshiro Taraji and Roman Gonzalez, right? Going out of their way to not even have them on the pound for pound list, to literally go out of their way to fucking diminish, downplay, and remove them from the conversation. I'm rooting for Billy to beat Canelo, and I'm white and I'm a racist. Well, you are an anti Canelo guy. That's why I didn't say you're a racist. You just have strong opinions, a little over the top with certain fighters. Canelo, Bud Crawford. My favorite welterweight boxer ever is black. Who? Okay, Dora. Well, Evan, we don't need to go back and forth here. I don't know what you say on other channels. So, uh, you know, if that's what he saw and that's how he feels, that's how he feels. But feelings. My favorite welterweight champion of all time, Sugar Ray Leonard. But I'm the biggest racist on fucking YouTube. So I think Santillion is winning this fight. Russell just isn't busy enough. He's definitely not like his bigger brother who threw like 1,000 punches versus Valenzuela. And he definitely don't have the hand speed of Gary. Jose Napoles is my favorite 147 fighter. How can Jose Napoles be your favorite boxer? You've never even seen him fight before. That's why I can't give old fighters too much credit. I've never seen them fight. Like, I obviously know and respect Sugar Ray Robinson, but I've only seen a little bit of highlights here and there. I've never seen him fight. So I got to take other people's words for it. Grab. Shit, I'm white, and Lomachenko is the first white guy I've considered my favorite. To be fair, Lomachenko, Golovkin, two of my favorite fighters of all time, both white, European fighters that wouldn't have been able to fight in the US professionally earlier on because they were under Russia and like Cuba, not allowed to be professional boxers. And prior to that, Jeff Fennick, an Australian. Outside of those three white fighters, I don't know if I've ever had a white fighter who was my favorite fighter in the sport of boxing. If they're my favorite, I don't know why I can't think of them now. Lomachenko, Golovkin, obviously more modern. Obviously, Jeff Fennick, a little more from the past. Outside of that, well, I was never a fan. I like Pavlik, but I was never he's my favorite fighter. And Joe Calzaghe, boring, never a fan of Joe Calzaghe. No. I respect him, but I was never a fan of Calzaghe. Heavyweights, no. Like literally, I can't think of a white fighter growing up that I liked. I liked Leonard. Obviously, I liked Ali, but Ali because my dad and grandfather liked him. Not my era. Leonard was. I liked Michael Nunn. I liked Donald Curry. Uh, I liked Salvador Sanchez. Uh, yeah, I don't know. Let me ask my friend AI. Maybe I just can't recall, even though if I can't recall, like Ricky Hatton, UK guys love Ricky Hatton. I was a Pacquiao fan, right? Hardcore Pacquiao fan. Might not count because he's not a boxer, but I used to be a massive McGregor fanboy. Yeah, I never liked McGregor. Butter bean. Ah. Women's boxing. I like Layla Ali and I like Lucia Riker. I didn't like the coal miner's daughter. I didn't like the Celtics. I didn't like Duke. So people that act as if I only support people because of color, it's completely the opposite. Most of the sports fans I liked were not the same color as me, unless you're talking about hockey, right? Football, John Barnes, Liverpool. John Barnes was my favorite player, Liverpool. Obviously, I liked Pele, but Pele was a little older and not quite my era. But obviously, he signed with the New York team, and that was a big news when I was young. But as far as footballers that I liked for a team that I represented, it was John Barnes. Um, Baseball, Barry Bonds, Reggie Jackson. Uh, NBA, Michael Jordan, Dominic Wilkins, The Answer, Allen Iverson. Obviously, I like Jordan, but people were too crazy with Jordan, so I wasn't a huge Jordan fanatic. Just like I wasn't a huge Wayne Gretzky fan. Uh, I liked Bobby Clark from Philadelphia, Bobby Orr, who obviously I was young, but that's the first hockey shirt I had, Bobby Orr. Yeah. So the majority of people I supported, I think the first basketball player that I really supported that was white was Rex Chapman. Rex Chapman, eh, Wayne? Right? Rex Chapman was probably the first white player that I really supported. Obviously, I still like players like Bobby Jones for the 76ers, anyone that was a key member of a team that I supported, but not my favorites. Will Clark, Charles Barkley. Uh, I remember watching Barkley play for Auburn when he was the round mound of rebound against Pi Slamajama, Hakeem Olajuwon. Then Akeem was good, but nobody liked him that much. People liked Clyde Drexler, right? Clyde Drexler was the man on that team. Obviously, Akeem was a beast on the interior. Yeah, like if I think about all the basketball players that I supported, there wasn't a lot of white boys that I supported on the up. Dirk, I respected Dirk, but I didn't really like Dirk's game as far as like somebody I would want to play like. Rex, Rex Chapman, throwing down dunks on people's head. Uh, but there's other guys I liked. I liked what's his face who played for Denny Crum for Gold Georgia Tech. Him and his Price, Mark Price. Obviously, his brother was good too, but Mark Price was different. And then you think about that team that had Kenny Anderson, and then they had Mark Price. Those Georgia Tech teams were fucking unbelievable. I liked Chris Mullen, but I liked Walter Berry on on the St. John's team. Walter Berry was fucking great. Sam Bowie, didn't like him, overrated. That dude was broke ass in college, but him and Mel Turpin, right? Obviously, I wasn't a Kentucky fan at that time. They beat the team that I supported. And I was like, fuck, those dumb motherfuckers. What about Eastern Europeans that played for the Blazers in the late 90s? I was a Sabonis fan because I saw Sabonis play in the Olympics. And I was a huge basketball fan, so I knew who Sabonis was. And when I watched him fucking destroy David Robinson, dunking right on top of him, I'm like, this dude's fucking crazy. But when he came to obviously the NBA, he was old, not athletic anymore, shot knees, still a great passer and unbelievable player. But yeah, we didn't see the best of him. You mean Petrovic? Even Petrovic, right? He was mostly a guy that shot. He wasn't Jordan, Clyde Drexler. a lot of the players at that time that were really exciting. Because the first player I watched in the NBA was Michael Jordan. Or sorry, Dr. J, right? And obviously, Dr. J was playing Boston Birds teams and Magic's LA teams. But I was a Dr. J fan, and that team was great. Bobby Jones, Maurice Cheeks, Andrew Toney, Moses Malone. Man, great squad. Ginobili, I like Ginobili. Ginobili's good. Yeah. But I don't even know if you could call Ginobili white. Totally underrated. Yeah. Ginobili, man. What a handle that guy had. Woo. He had some swag. Like when Argentina beat the US team to win the Olympic medal, he deserves all that fucking attention. Alex Kovalev. Alex Kovalev. Basketball player, right? I'm 43, so the 90s is my childhood, really. He made the Spurs watchable. Yeah, Ginobili for sure, because otherwise they were efficient, not entertaining. I like the Spurs when they had Artis Gilmore and George the Iceman Gerving. Alvin Robinson, I think, was also on that team later on, maybe. I like that squad. Did you see Kentucky got Mark Mitchell? No. Is he playing this year or is that for next year? Kentucky's recruit Mark Mitchell. Mitchell commits to UK. Oh fuck! It's just now, just happened, eh? Yes, committed for his fifth year. Who do you think gets the chip next year? In college or pro? Missouri boy joining Kentucky. Well, they need some big men inside. I will pay attention to that later. I'm rooting for Wemby hard this year, but he was terrible in the finals. Um, I'm not a Wimby fan. Uh, I like Denver and I like Dallas and I like LA. And you would think I'm a racist because I'm supporting teams all because of white boys. After I just talked about all the black players that I watched growing up, but now I obviously a huge Luca fan. I'm really hoping that flag is that guy because I know it's going to piss guys like John off. And obviously, the Joker is fucking unbelievable, man. Like, when did you see a big guy play like him? Ever. Sabonis, another white guy. There's Bill Walton, another white guy. Like, you've never seen a big man pass and run through the offense the way fucking the Joker does. And unfortunately, I think Denver's fucking it up and wasting his good years. Like, you end up getting rid of the power forward, small forward dude who just went to Cleveland, and then you signed DeRozan. I don't know how DeRozan's going to make them better, but yeah, I like Sabonis. Watched him since I'm a Pacers fan. Sabonis' son or the real Sabonis? Flag dating a queen too. Who's he dating? A sister, right? I saw pictures of him with a white girl that I thought he knew from high school, but then most recently I saw him with a sister. Uh, I don't know if she's a player, a basketball player or not. Sabonis' son. He played for the Pacers? Really? Like when he first got drafted? Jokic is great, but I just agreed with you when you said he should have been MVP last year. He wasn't the same after he came back from that injury. That may be true, but I feel he was robbed other years. So, actually last year I thought that Luca should win. 35, 8, and 8. They got Russell winning every single round of this fight. Russell has never fucking taken a step forward in this whole fucking match. Meanwhile, you got him winning every round. I don't know. I haven't even seen Russell land that many fucking punches. Mind you, I haven't been paying much attention. It's been a pretty fucking boring match. So my interest has not been there. Russell's hold and hit. That's mostly what I saw him do. But who cares? Are you gonna give Russell a fucking shot at Inui? Okay, let's do it. Let's hope fucking we can finish 2026. Let's do a December fight between Inui and Russell in Japan. I would love to see Inui fucking knock Russell out in fucking 4 rounds. Not MacBook Mini. I have what do you call it? What's this? Uh, Neo. Yes, the MacBook Neo. That's what I bought because the price was too good not to buy. This one. The only problem with it is I wish it had higher nits because I'm old and I need more light, and the keyboard isn't backlit, which I never realized how important that was until I bought this computer and I can't see the keys. So I have to have my phone shine on it sometimes at nighttime. But this isn't too bad. 23,000 NT, which is about $800, right? Pierre Rondo. A lot of these ex players, right? Their sons are really coming up, like Crawford's son from Seattle and others. Obviously, Carmelo's son, Arenas' son. Yeah, there's a long list of these next gen type of kids. You're right. It's the Neo. My MacBook Air just gave up on me after 5 years on heavy use. The Bonsa kid is probably the most cocky rookie I've seen. He better perform this year. Oh, he'll put up good numbers on a team that ain't going anywhere. Obviously, what's his face is probably going to get hurt like he always does, and then DeBonsa will have to be the main player on that squad. They got some good pieces around him as well, some young pieces. Yeah, Russell hit behind the head fucking a shitload. But who do I think is going to be the rookie of the year? The kid for Sacramento, the Kentucky guard. I think he's going to put up some big numbers this year on a team that's not going to win, right? So he'll get tons of shots, lots of opportunity to play. Obviously, what's his face? The kid from Kansas. He's good. Yeah, Cuff is good, man. He's good. He was great in the fucking tournament, carrying Kentucky or sorry, Arkansas on his back. Coach Cal, I just think Kentucky, Arkansas. The kid from Kansas, I think he's probably going to be the best player overall. But it's a deep squad. I think you're going to get tons of great players throughout. It could be probably the best run for rookie of the year we've seen in fucking maybe my lifetime. Round 9. Well, Santillian, there's no point you doing anything because they're giving Russell this fight already. They got him winning every round. Stokes, well, Stokes is next year, right? But I think he's kind of overrated. I noticed you didn't really see Americans that come from the hood in the NBA anymore. They all sound like middle class suburbanians. Well, I don't think that's true to all of them, but I think now because they spend all summer traveling together, and obviously everyone's on their cell phone now, things aren't as urban as they used to be. because you're gonna have kids like from every part of America, Darren Peterson, who are going to be constantly on social media on their phones constantly. They all tour together all summer, right? So even if you come from the hood, I think the hood is going to not be beat out of you, but you know what I mean? You just have so much exposure to people that aren't in the hood. Whereas obviously back in the day, that's all you knew. Your family lived in the hood, your friends lived in the hood, the basketball team you played with, all from your neighborhood, from the hood, the teams you played from the hood. So that's what you knew. And those were the people that you were mostly around. The only time you got anything different was when you went to college, right? And then it was a wide, eye opening sort of experience. Now these kids are on social media looking at TikTok videos from fucking around the world, right? Whatever they're watching, I don't know. Maybe it's not from around the world. Maybe it's local. But you know what I mean? Yeah, Darren Peterson. Media training, obviously, as well. Yeah. And because they're put in front of the media so early now, right? That by the time they get into college, they've been through so many interviews, you know, they're kind of seasoned, right? Probably more than they usually would be. All I know is whoever wins this fight is literally no fucking contest for fucking Inui moving forward. Like I think there's 10 dudes at 100 and fucking 22 pounds that would beat Gary Russell. Like let's look at these rankings just to put it in context. And that's not the hate on Gary Russell. It's just I just don't think he's that good. Like there's nothing impressive about him. I already saw him get beat by Emmanuel Rodriguez. We saw what happened to Emmanuel Rodriguez. I knew he knocked his ass out in 2 rounds. 2 rounds. But super bantamweight, Anui beats him. Junto Nakatani, Junto Nakatani kills fucking Gary Russell. John Real Casemiro, I don't know what would happen in that fight. Sam Goodman, I think Sam Goodman beats him. He's taller, naturally bigger, younger. MJ beats him. Nishidi, I think beats him. Jose Tito Sanchez, I don't know who he is. Sebastian Hernandez Reyes, that dude beats the crap and stops him. Raymond Ramon Cardenas, I think Ramon Cardenas beats him. So maybe not 10, but that's like one, two, three, four, five, six, at least 7 guys I have that would beat him. And then there's other dudes that I'm not that familiar with that maybe could beat him. Like Murata, the up and coming Japanese kid. I mean, yeah, he got beat by, yeah, maybe no. Who's this Tito Sanchez kid? 16-0, 10 knockouts, 26 years old. Maybe not. I don't know. I don't know much about him, but yeah, I definitely don't think Gary Russell is much of a fucking threat. Really, they're moving up to that weight class. They're probably just going to have him sit around and wait until Inui moves to 126 pounds. You get 4 vacant titles, and eventually he's going to be fucking right there to be gifted the WBA title, right? And then the PBC, is he still with the PBC? Can say, oh, look, we got a champion. Gary Russell's a two-weight world champion. Never beat anyone, but he's a two-weight world champion. But that's me. I'm not hating. I just haven't been very impressed with this performance. Brian Vasquez, Oh, that's the fight I should watch. Vasquez just got beat by Nishidi. Vasquez looked like a good fighter. Nishidi's good though. The only guy that beat him was fucking Junto Nakatani. 11-1. Not a power puncher, but a difficult fighter. Slick fighter. Beat Emmanuel Rodriguez, the guy that beat Russell. Beat Christian Medina, who's currently a world champion. Beat Diego Higa, was a world champion. In his fourth fight, beat him. Beat Shohei Omori, was an ex-world champion. Beat him in his third world fight. And obviously just beat this Mercado guy who was 32-1, stopping him in 7 rounds. And now he's fighting Sam Goodman next for the IBF interim super bantamweight title. So all those dudes are moving into position. They get vacant belts when Inui leaves. Russell's gonna get what? What's this? The WBA title. Fucking Nishida's gonna get the IBF title. These dudes, man. They can't beat Inui, but they will wait until Inui moves out of the division so they can inherit. Like, look, literally fucking Mannix thinks fucking Russell's won every single fucking round of this fight. And I don't even know if he's landed that many more punches than fucking Santillan. Linares is there. Look at Linares with the fancy suit. Fever lost to New York. Terrible. Clark, 21 points, 9 for 18, 4 and 7. Mitchell didn't do nothing in the second half. Stewart, 22. Fucking, how did they get Fibich fucking 20? Jones, 12. Yeah, Clark, what's she averaging? Like 22 and 8. Mitchell's averaging like 25, but doesn't know how to pass the ball. Like the reason they're losing is because unfortunately Clark will bring the ball up. You'll set a screen and a pick and roll. She'll either hit Mitchell, who will never then pass the ball back to her, or she'll fucking do a pick and roll with Boston, who will get the shot and then drive or shoot. Or obviously she will hit her rolling to the basket. So she never gets a pass back from those two players. They need to play more like fucking Golden State. When Golden State had quick passes, fucking passing back, they didn't take the first shot. They took the best shot. They didn't over dribble where fucking Mitchell has to fucking always waste time on the shot clock, over dribbling to penetrate, right? Working harder than she needs to. Yeah, they need to be more like Steph, Durant, and Clay. And I pass to you, you pass back to me. Now I got that extra space, opens up people cutting into the middle. Yeah, they just need faster ball movement, and they need to pass back to Caitlin Clark. Today she shot 50% from the field, and why didn't she have more shots? What a snooze fest this fight is. Yeah, it's boring. Inherited Lafayette bequeathed, yes. Loma bequeathed his WBC belt to Haney. And that was all because of fucking Suleiman, right? Suleiman should never have fucking tried to push that bullshit title. Loma should have just kept his WBC title. He didn't fucking owe Haney anything. He was literally fighting Teo for unification. Unification beats fucking mandatory 10 times out of 10. Haney would have to fucking sit back and wait for his opportunity, which would have came after Kambosos, right? Things worked out exactly like they should have anyway, but you didn't need to create that fucking instability in the division from having Suleiman create a fucking bullshit title that now doesn't even exist, right? Bullshit. Oh, fucking Santillan, you're getting dropped in the 12th round, dude. Come on, now you're fucking making him look like a superstar. Russell's gonna knock him out in the 12th. Santillion's holding on like fucking dear life. This is kind of like the Sergio Martinez, Julio Cesar Chavez fight. Boring as fuck until the 12th round. And then everything changes. Come on, Russell. You got him hurt. Why are you fucking taking your foot off the gas? Get him out of there. You score a 12th round knockout right now. That's a good win for you. All the brothers are going to be all over you saying how Inui's ducking you. Ah, this is the problem. You had him hurt, and now fucking you just letting him coast fucking for the rest of the fight. Like you could have threw volume, the ref would have jumped in and stopped the fight, and now you chose to fucking carry him for the fucking rest of the rounds. Yeah, dude. Let's not get fucking carried away. You beating nobody in the division where fucking Inui is the champion. Uh, I've only watched a few of Clark's games, but I think she should lower her output for threes and settle for easier mid-range shots. No, she's definitely built most of her game off of mid-range and drives now. Threes, she shoots 6 a game, but she got to do that to keep the defense honest. Because right now they pick her up at half court, right, and they pressure her nonstop. She never is open. That's why they got to give those passes back, right? Also, don't like when the WBC gave the franchise title like Canelo just so the big Canelo could get the regular 160 title. Also, Charlo could get the title. Yeah, exactly. The only reason her field goal percentage is relatively low is because the shot selection. She could easily be shooting 40% from threes if she took smarter shots. Well, the problem is that's the number one thing that defenses try to stop her from doing, right? Pressure her once she crosses the line, be in her face so that she doesn't have any open space to shoot open threes because she's dangerous once she crosses the line. Uh, and she's a great passer. So now of course, they want to pressure, double team her to get the ball out of her hands, put it in Mitchell's hands. Mitchell won't pass. And then, that's why Mitchell's the number 2 scorer, thanks to Clark's great passing, but also because teams allow Mitchell to have the ball in her hands because she's not the facilitator that Caitlin Clark is, right? She's great off the dribble. She's great at penetrating and getting her shot off. She's a higher percentage 3-point shooter, but most of the time her 3-point shots are open shots compared to Clayton Clark. and she doesn't even average 3 assists a game, and she's the secondary predominant fucking ball handler. She needs to pass more. Terrible cards. Why do we need a fucking interim champion? Look at Linares. What's he doing there? Well, the problem with them is they don't fight. They fight once a year. Impressive. Ah, I don't think he's a top 522 pound fighter. But I'm sure John will make a video saying that I'm hating him because he's black. No, John. I just don't think he's one of the top fighters in the division. And now he just won an interim title just so that he could wait for Inui to drop title so he can be elevated. I said the same thing about fucking Nishida, the Japanese fighter. That shit just ain't impressive. Uh, Mercado, JB was saying Serrano beat a fighter who was ranked 18th in the world, but Clarissa's opponent even ranked. Clarissa's opponent was a world champion. It tells you the divisions that Clarissa Shields is in. A woman who's 5-1-1 was a world champion, coming off of 1 win, 1 loss, 1 draw in her previous 3 fights. That's who Clarissa Shields fought. Serrano fought a woman who was 14-2-1, I think, right? Linares, Gary Russell, 2 of Loma's victims. Yep. Why did people even watch JB? I watch Sean because he can actually talk boxing without the racial background when he wants to. I don't think uh, John is capable of having a rational boxing conversation. Well, he's not. He's been on my channel and we've talked face to face. And then what he does is use generalizations to, throw at me. So somebody else said Canelo said this and Canelo this. It's like, what does that have to do with me? I didn't say that. He did the same thing to Ring IQ when he went on Ring IQ's channel. Like he groups everybody that's not black into one group, and all the things they say, he uses to criticize everybody. I don't even keep up with women's boxing. Salute. Well, let's be fair. Amanda Serrano, that was her last fight, and she's retiring, right? Katie Taylor's having her last fight, and she's retiring. So, what are you trying to say? You're comparing Clarissa Shields fighting a 42-year-old woman to Amanda Serrano fighting a 32-year-old woman. and trying to talk about how people aren't hating on Amanda Serrano fighting in a shitty opponent. Well, a better opponent than fucking Clarissa Shields fought because she's in divisions that are deeper, that have more fighters. Let's put this to the test, right? We just let facts do the talking here. Nothing is racial, it's factual. So we go to women's boxing ratings. Women. Yeah, I don't dislike him. I think face to face, he'd be a nice guy. But the problem is, he's, I think, like a lot of Black Americans, they have this chip on their shoulder that's been built up, ingrained by media, by family, by community, to think that everybody hates them. Kind of like in Canada, French Canadians think that English Canadians hate them. No, we don't care. You moan and groan constantly. You fucking want everything, right? But you don't care about the whole. That's basically Black Americans. French Canadians, the same, right? I'm French Canadian. I'm Black American, right? So you're American. I'm Black American. So you're Canadian. I'm French Canadian. So you're Canadian, right? Shields' a perfect example of more belts than quality wins. Yeah, like John literally goes on and on about belts don't mean anything. It's about competition. Yet he praises her for belts and ignores the whole conversation of competition, right? How does that work? So here's Clarissa Shields. No one says she's shit. I never heard one person ever say that about her, right? But 19-0, 4 KOs, right? She just fought a girl who was 5-1-1. She fought Francis Cruz, who was 10-2. She fought Lanny Daniels, 11-2. She fought Daniel Perkins, 5-0. She fought Vanessa Jones, 7-1. That's what she's did since she's moved up in divisions, fighting 3 women that didn't even have 10 professional fights. Kay Scott, like her last fight, she fucking had a draw versus Olivia Curry, 7-2-1. Then she beat her in the next fight to become the champion by majority decision. Prior to fights facing her, she fought Delcy Robinson, who was 8-3, got beat by her. Prior to that, fought a Thai girl who was making her debut. Prior to that, fought a girl who was 1-1. Prior to that, fought Delcy Robinson, a girl that beat her. She beat her previously, and then fought Connie Chan 3-5. So she's fought 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 girls in her career. Six girls. That's what she's fought in her career. This Australian 42-year-old fucking mom. John is super biased, but you can't tell him that because somehow he thinks everybody fucking hates Black people. So what was that fight? Was that a heavyweight fight? Because currently heavyweight boxing females is 48 fighters. 48. Light heavyweight, was that fight light heavyweight? Daniel Perkins, number 2 for light heavyweight. There's 26 light heavyweight fighters. There's more heavyweight women, big fat slobs, than there are light heavyweights. Super middleweight. Lanny Daniels, number 1. Cruz, number 2. This division has some better competition, right? Green, Miller, still bum ass opponents, but at least they're a little bit more name recognized. 29 women fight in that division. 29, right? 29. Joni East, the Canadian girl she beat, 8-2, with 2 knockout losses and 2 knockout wins, right? Since she came back losing to Clarissa Shields, she fought a woman who was 7-9 and went the distance with her. 7-9. There's no competition in these divisions. Middleweights. I think that's where she just fought. Shields could get down to 140 if she put the biscuits down. So Shields is number one. Pam Tebow, the Canadian girl, is number two. She's 5-0 with 3 knockouts. You fight this kid now, literally, you're fighting someone who's only had 5 professional fights. And literally two of the opponents on her resume are opponents the girl she just beat fought. So that tells you what you need to know. The quality of opposition she's fighting. Christy Martin is the founder of women's boxing. Well, she was the one that got the attention, that's for sure. But at middleweight, there are currently 52 women. 52. Now we go down to like Amanda Serrano weight class. Ellie Scotney, Sky Nicholson, number 1 and number 2. 255 women in that division. So that's the kind of division where Amanda Serrano just fought. A division that has over 200 women compared to 25, maybe 50 if you're lucky. Baumgardner, Ferrero, right? Their division, 221. Amanda Serrano, currently champion at featherweight, right? She just fought that girl that John said was 18th. 18th in a division that has 258 women. So you fought the 18th ranked woman in a division that has 258 women, compared to fighting a girl who was a champion in a division with 25 women. Come on. And the majority of them with losing fucking records. Losing records. Cheeseburger Nation is the whole truth. And if you disagree with him, you're racist. Oh, he doesn't even talk boxing anymore. Like literally all he's doing is pushing race content because he realizes his fan base is more interested in perpetuating victimhood than boxing. Like here's the videos that he posted. This subpoena completely changed everything. The question that everyone in the world wants to know. I don't know. It's like fucking women talking about something. Why does the world hate Americans now? Meanwhile, this American is in Thailand. Wow, white cop and 2 white women arrested. Incredible. Mike Tyson's son. So 1 boxing video. So she tried to pay 100,000 bribery. My prediction for tonight's fight. YT father checks TF on his racist. So this YT kid's new Brazilian jiu-jitsu. Can we trust the district attorney? Vicious KO Clarissa Shields. It's time to expose these racists. How did Shiraz get booed in Saudi Arabia? YT girl beats the brakes off of her dad. What made Jay-Z do it? Is the world coming to an end? Ryan Garcia admits. So you can see this news shocks the country. Nolan Wells suspects caught. No, they weren't caught. 11 days ago? What suspects are caught? He's got a picture of the white boys. They're not suspects. They were never suspects. After fucking the cops interviewed them, looked at their phones, checked out everything, they've never been suspects. But you see what Dante's pushing. It's not boxing. He's got 1 boxing video every 5. That dude's channel is just exposed exactly what he was all about. A race baiter. Quotes don't make 500,000 fight either. They make millions like Serrano and Taylor. I just ate so much food. Sometimes I'll eat 250 calories in 1 meal and not eat for 16 hours. I've already taken a dump 4 times. The only day Cheeseburger Nation made a video saying that Lionel Messi is secretly racist. Of course. Yeah, because he's Argentinian. He talked all about fucking Argentinians, and that was the only thing he focused on World Cup because he could push racism. I told you when Carmelo Anthony brought a knife to school, it was already grounds for premeditation. Carmelo told his ex he was on the verge, he wanted to stab someone, and he threatened to punch her in the face. But I'll be back. Speaking of taking a dump, I'm going to drop the kids off at the pool before the big fight start. Let me turn down the volume. Can you hear me? Hopefully you can't. Otherwise, I'm going to force you. Don't worry. As they say, talks amongst yourselves. The giant turd is back just in time. So you don't need to lift weights, have strong legs. No point in having tons of muscle if you aren't fast or mobile. Solane, this is what happens in South Africa when the people that run the government are different. I knew that. I made a short video. He got shot at his gate while he's waiting for it to open by gunmen. Yeah. In the Eastern Cape. I drove by the Eastern Cape. I didn't go into the Eastern Cape. Richard Cologne. Well, Richard Cologne, to be fair, his life's been over fucking for years already. This is just an end to the suffering, truthfully. But Zalane was getting ready for a comeback at 38 years of age. So that's too bad. He's a good fighter. Baron. Let me get a drink. Coconut water. You know, I live in the tropics. Yeah, nobody wants to live as a vegetable. I agree. Yeah, this fight should be good, even though the the gimmick. El Guapo Diablo, the fat devil. Gerald McClellan. Speaking of Richard Cologne, this is a good opponent. You got a tough Argentinian guy, never been knocked out, versus unusual Cuban, a guy that is an aggressive, power punching, fucking knockout artist. Right? That's what Cuban needs if they want to get fucking attention. 17-1-1, never been knocked out. 27 years old. Obviously, he's been in with some good opponents. Vladimir Hernandez, Brandon Adams, Jai Tucker, uh, Roman Villa, right? Solid opponents. Hernandez, 10-0, 9 KOs. 29 years old, older fighter. Obviously coming off of wins over Tyrone Davis, Kyron Davis, and Terrell Guasha. Two legitimate opponents. Obviously, both past their best, but nonetheless, You think Davis, tough fighter, only been knocked out once in his career by David Benavidez. You know, he made Hernandez go the distance with him over 8 rounds. Same guy that beat the great Elijah Garcia. And then, of course, Terrell Guasha, solid fighter, slick fighter, only stopped once as well in his career, and that was by this kid. Prior to that, he's never been stopped. It's kind of like what they were doing with Golovkin when they were bringing him up in the middleweight rankings. He might not have been fighting the best fighters in the division, but he was fighting name fighters people knew, people recognized, and had never been knocked out, even against top level competition they'd been in previously. And then Golovkin went in there and fucking ran over motherfuckers that have never been run over. And then you had to take them serious, right? So much so that the top fighters in the division took them so serious, they ran for their lives. We will see if Hernandez is the same. Lucky for him, currently this middleweight division is dying, stagnant. So the opportunities might be there for him to do some big things. What's wrong with my pipes? They sound like they're going to explode. Hernandez definitely looks big compared to the other kid. Lanky. Hernandez is thick, strong, a beast. A beast from Cuba. Here we go. Round one in what probably will be the most exciting fight of this card. The Argentinian guy looks in good shape. Let's see if that will help him against the monster from Cuba. Round one. Oh, good counter jab from Cuba. Why are you jumping on his head, Cuba? Hitting and holding. Dirty motherfuckers. Good jab to the gut. Take some of the starch out of that guy in the first round. It's kind of funny the way he attacks. Straight lines, but there's not much behind it. He makes up a mind to go forward and he just goes forward throwing punches. When he does that, you need to take a step to the side, turn him. Argentinian kid's game so far, trying to back him up with the jab. The Cuban all over his fucking neck. Throw him off. Good job. Like, why is the dude fucking. It's so early to be jumping on the guy's back and neck. There you go. Good combination from the Cuban there. Studying clubbing fucking shots. It'll be interesting to know what kind of chin the Cuban has. Because with his style, if he's like Golovkin and has fucking a brick of a chin, he'll be super successful. But if that chin is a little suspect, man, he could have a short run. He's definitely not technical like Golovkin was, which is surprising being Cuban, right? You figure technically he'd be a little better. He doesn't utilize his jab that much. He just loves to throw the hooks. Round one. Good round. Lots of momentum for both guys. No, leave the fucking mouthpiece in my mouth. I'm biting on it. I just want to take it out so you could breathe, brother. That's all. Pipes are still struggling with the turd. I guess that's it. My left hip. You shit on boxing to shill for Muay Thai, but MMA fans can say the same thing about your sport that you say about boxing. Demetrius Johnson beat the shit out of your goat Muay Thai fighter. Close rounds. Virgil versus the Cuban would be a very good matchup since Ortiz is moving to 160. I think Virgil Ortiz would fucking knock out this kid. He's just, he's still young. I mean, he's 29 years old, so he's not young. But as a professional, you can see the way he fights. He's still inexperienced, right? I think Virgil fighting behind his jab would knock him out. Problem is, when you fight this guy, you can't move straight back. You need to move to angles because he will just follow you, right? And that's when he fucking lets his hands go. Veron's fighting good, using his jab, putting his punches together. I don't know if he's got much power to hurt the kid, but at least he's game. Going to give him some work. But you see the power behind his shots. It was blocked and it still made him fucking fly into the ropes. Not much snap on his shots. He's like a George Foreman type of puncher. Heavy. Veron's as tough as a $2 steak. This kid kind of reminds me of who's the guy that fought Marvin Hagler? John the Beast Mugabe, right? He kind of fights like Mugabe. Aggressive, fucking big heavy shots flying from all kinds of angles, but not technically the smoothest fighter out there. He's definitely not like Gerald McKellen. Gerald McKellen was a better technical fighter, able to really utilize the jab. Well, that's it. Luckily for us, the modern Cubans are much more boxer punchers, not fucking Floyd Mayweather esque defense first type of guys. Yeah, I think Hernandez won both rounds, but I think Verone has been in both of the fights or in both rounds. He's not getting steamrolled or dominated. He's just kind of getting outworked. I love that they only show fucking the one fighter's punches. They never show the other ones. It's like, so Veron never landed any shots. So bias. Round three. That potential uppercut that Hernandez just threw, that could be a fucking game changer. You don't see that shit. It comes out of nowhere. If it lands, fucking lights out. Headbutts everywhere. You knew this fight was going to be scrappy fucking slugfest. Yeah, I don't know if Hernandez has much of an inside game, so that might be the best place for Marone to stand inside, taking away his range and the ability to fucking really unwind on those shots, smother his work. Good round for Verone. You think about this middleweight division right now, Lara, Carlos Adames, but I don't know if he's moving up or staying. He's giving mixed messages. Tim Tszyu, Jesus Ramos, Aaron McKenna, Callum Walsh, Eubank, Soro. Soro still around? Sarafa, Mosley, the Greek kid, Katrakis, Amari Jones, uh, Austin Williams, Hernandez. Obviously, Jai Tucker is there as well. Troy Isley, Bo Chuck has moved up. Denzel Bentley. And then, of course, now Virgil Ortiz has moved there as well. So, there's a few good names there. Imagine if we could actually get them to fight one another. Round four. Well, that's the thing with these aggressive come forward fighters, right? Their defense is always kind of limited. They get touched a lot because they're so aggressive. Golovkin got touched a lot. Obviously, this kid gets touched a lot. Look, I'm so strong. I pick you up one arm. McKellen, fucking John the Beast Mugabe, Nigel Benn. Oh, that was a good short right hand from Hernandez. But Verone take it well. Verone's game, man. He's feisty. He's fucking working, trying to change angles. Good jab, Verone. Keep working. It's good that he's making him work the whole round. Because obviously, the way Hernandez fights, you can see he fights in spurts, right? He picks his times and then fucking just really opens up on you. Whereas Verone is just constant pecking away. Peck, 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 peck. I think Verone is winning this round. He's definitely outworking Hernandez, and I think Hernandez had far less clean punches landing that round. So good round for Verone. Is the Teal fight next? I don't think I can stay up for much longer. Yes, after this, Teal versus Rolly is next. This is the kind of fight Hernandez needs. A game opponent who's fucking pushing him. You end up having too many opponents that are tailor made for you. So it's easy work. Now you got a guy who's fucking, he's coming to win. Vegas. We should all go for a fight in Vegas, guys. Let's go. I say that, but I don't go to Japan, and it's fucking right next door. Look at Verone. He's coming out, man. He's fucking working the dude. Good work, Verone. If I'm gonna lose, I'm gonna fucking lose fighting. Yeah. Push him against the ropes. Make him feel uncomfortable. The way this fight is going, if Hernandez doesn't really have a good second wind, you could see Verone take over the second half of this fight. Right now, of course, they have Hernandez winning every round. I don't know what the fuck you saw. The last round, how did you give it to Hernandez when he fucking barely threw any punches? But yeah, we know fucking Verone to beat fucking Hernandez. He's got to pull fucking a horseshoe out of his ass. Kind of like fucking the other fight 2 fights ago, where everybody feels the guy lost and still he ended up fucking getting a win with crazy fucking scorecards. Gary Russell, that fight, they thought he won every single fucking round. Power punches landed. They only got Verone with 16. power punches thrown. Like, I don't know how you could say that fucking Hernandez is thrown more shots than Verone. I don't see that. Because he picks and chooses his spots. Verone is just nonstop. Jump on his head again. Oh, 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 Hernandez. Chin checked. Oh, he got chin checked big time there. Oh my God. His legs fucking wow. But they're probably still gonna give the round to fucking Hernandez. Oh, Hernandez. His chin does not look like Golovkin's. No, it does not. Commentators, of course, they're biased. That's why I don't even listen because I know they're just gonna fucking blow smoke up Hernandez's ass. It doesn't matter what fucking Verone does. He's not getting any credit at all. Sean, have you watched me when I fight in Thailand 2 or 3 years? Oh, for sure. Yeah, it's just next door. Hollow Ninja, thank you very much. You're a good man, Chopin. God bless you, Sean. In chat, Jesus Christ is the Lord. We all need a little bit of Jesus on our side. That was a nice short counter left that Verone landed on a jumping in Hernandez. And watch those legs fucking dance. Did they show that punch in the highlights? Let's see. Oh, they did. And they still didn't give fucking Verone the round. You know Verone was gonna come and fight, man. There's no pussy in that guy. I wonder if fucking Hernandez would beat Lara. That's where you literally get the two schools of Cuban boxing, the modern and the old. He's totally game. Oh yeah, we totally beat him. I said that. Yeah. So Bam's team is pulling out of the Inui fight. But I mean, I thought fucking Garcia was just there saying, send us a contract, send us a contract. I know they want to fight on that Canelo Alvarez card, I think, in November or whenever that's going to happen. Fucking three clubbing right hands back to back to back to back. And still on my head. Well, I don't think they started negotiation per se, because like Robert said, they haven't sent us a contract. So how do you say something when literally we don't even know what terms you're offering? But yeah, who knows what the reality is? You know, in Newey's team, they're not going to fucking talk shit on social media. They just said if the fight doesn't happen between us and Bam, then we're going to move to 126, which has always kind of been what they said to begin with. before the Bam fight was a possibility. They talked about after Junto moving up to 126. Those Argentinian cowboys, tough motherfuckers. Sean, are your students going to play GTA 6 in November? Um, what? My students are 4 years old. I don't think they're playing anything unless it's Pokemon cards. This is a career defining moment for fucking Teo for sure. If Teo beats Rolly, he becomes a three-weight world champion, right? And with victories over Taylor and Lomachenko, one bad loss to Shakur, so loss to Cambosis. Obviously, health issues and inactivity mostly were the issue there. He's pretty much putting himself in the position to become a Hall of Famer. This is on the zone, yeah. The zone. Round 7. It's a pretty game fight from day one. But if you look at Mannix's scorecards, you'd think Hernandez has won every fucking single round. Even though, okay, maybe I can see that he's winning the fight, but you can't take anything away from Verone. He's been working hard, throwing punches. I thought he's thrown far more punches than Hernandez has. It's just Hernandez has been a little sharper, and obviously his punches carry a lot more weight. Excuse me. So when he lands, it definitely looks like it's got more on it. It's definitely more eye catching. But Verone's exactly the kind of opponent they want this guy to have. Tough, hard nosed fucking kid who's coming to win. There's no pussy in Verone, that's for sure. And so far in this fight, the only guy that looks hurt was Hernandez. And we'll see how much power Hernandez has later in the fight. See if he's got like that late round stoppage power. Because if not, I think he still think he'll win, but obviously it's kind of going to expose some chinks in his armor. Unfortunately for Verone, he just doesn't really have the power necessary to keep this guy off of him. Lots of movement, lots of punches, lots of angles. Verone's got some fucking gas tank, that's for sure. This kid is in shape. Oh, there you go. Whose resume is too thin? Tio? If Tio beats Rolly, becomes a three-weight world champion, you got wins over Rolly, Loma, Taylor, Vargas. I mean, it's not too thin. He's done more than fucking Errol Spence has done. What's AD? Oh, sorry. I didn't see that. Oh, Paulo Ninja, thank you very much. Physical media is always greater than digital media. Would you put Broner, the second youngest four division champion, in the Hall of Fame? I saw a post he was diagnosed with diabetes. I would not put him on the Hall of Fame. Who's his best win? He got four weight division champions because the PBC put him in position to fight fucking for bullshit titles against nobodies. Like, who is literally the best win Adrian Broner has? When he stepped up and took on legitimate opponents, he got beat in every single fight. Hernandez coming out wild for the 8th round. And it's nothing against Broner. I always liked Broner. But yeah, Paulie Malignaggi is his best opponent. I mean, when Paulie was the champion at that weight class, wasn't even fucking ranked in the top 10 overall because obviously the welterweight division was very good. Then you end up losing to fucking Marcus Maidana, who's a good fighter, but, you know, a guy that got beat by Amir Khan. For Roan, he's a man on a mission. So Hernandez shows that his power looks pretty good late in fights. 8 rounds, and he's still, you can see he's got a lot behind those shots. And he's still fucking hitting behind the head. What? Just because I duck doesn't mean he should hit me. Oh, that was a nice uppercut in the inside for Hernandez. This fight is definitely one of the best fights of 2026. Paulie. Let me guess. You're going to rob the Argentine fighter, even though he's clearly winning. I don't think he's winning, but he's definitely game and in the fight. But let's look at AB. Who is AB beaten? Pacquiao. Okay, so then we go to Floyd. So let's go there. Rankings. Broner, 35-5-1, never got knocked out. So the one thing you can say about Adrian, he's a tough motherfucker with a good chin, even when he got hurt, obviously, by Maidana. Look at fucking Hernandez. He's coming. You got to take your hat off. At least the kid's fucking trying to get that knockout. Round 9, he's bringing it. Lost to Blair Cobb. Lost to Pacquiao. Had a draw with Jesse Vargas. Lost to Mikey Garcia. Beat Adrian Granados. Lost to Sean Porter. Beat John Molina Jr. Carlos Molina. Lost to Maidana. Beat Paulie Malignaggi. Antonio DeMarco. Beat Daniel Ponce de Leon. Like, none of the fighters I mentioned are elite fighters. Ponce Ceylon was a champion, right? DeMarco was a champion. Paulie was a champion. Three champions he beat. Three. And then guys like fucking Emmanuel Taylor, Carlos Molina, John Molina Jr., Adrian Granados. I mean, what? Those are opponents. You're supposed to beat those guys. Like, you didn't do anything you weren't supposed to do against them. Then you stepped up to take on Mikey Garcia, Marcus Maidana, Manny Pacquiao, Sean Porter. You lost to every single fucking one of them. And to be fair, I think he beat Sean Porter. But you drained Sean Porter and pulled him down to 140 pounds, right? 147 pounder. You pulled down in weight. You never fought Bud Crawford. You never fought Danny Garcia, right? You never fought fucking Postal. You didn't fight the other tough Argentinian guy at 140. Like, how can he be a Hall of Famer just because he had four weight world titles? We know what John Boxing says. Titles don't mean anything. It's your resume. Well, yeah, his resume shows you that every time he fought a legitimate top level fighter, he got beat. And sure, maybe that's because he wasn't serious enough. He fucking was drinking and partying and not focused on his boxing career. Yeah, that's his fault. You don't get a pass because you fucking throw your career away, which is why we talk about Tank Davis being fucking Adrian Broner 2.0. Right, Lily? Lily, who's a good girl? Rowan looks like he's fading a bit. You got to give Hernandez praise. He's still fucking bringing it. He's bringing it. One round to go. Is he going to be able to get the knockout versus Verone? I don't think so. But Verone's tough as nails, man. What was my prediction for this fight? I think I picked a late stoppage for Hernandez. Knocked his tooth out. I saw that. A lot of people say Maidana beat Floyd. He was competitive. It was a good fight, for sure. I don't know if he beat him. I can't remember. I haven't seen the fight for a long time. If buying isn't owning, then piracy is not stealing. This is a message to the greedy corpse ruining the world by taking away the rights to ownership. They're taking away the rights to ownership? Hey, Sean, want to let you know that my dad passed today. Bugger made it to 92. Oh. Round 10. This is a good fight for Fernandez or Hernandez. He definitely fucking knows that he's got to improve overall and not just focus on being a knockout puncher. He could have jabbed a lot more if he wanted to be more effective. His jab was pretty effective when he did throw it, set up those power shots. Obviously, on the inside, he needs to be a little better on the inside. This ain't gonna hurt Verone though. He's definitely gonna get more fights after this. Oh, that was a big right hand, but Verone took it like a man. Oh, nice little short uppercut from Verone on the inside. That was nice. If he had any power. Good fight. Verone definitely fucking proves that he's a tough son of a bitch. What was I looking before I saw my friend's father passed away? 92. Really, if you live to 92, you're doing pretty good. I don't want to live to be 92. I can't afford to work fucking that long. Can't afford to live until I'm 92 years old. Even though Taiwan, right now, it's one of the hottest economies in the globe. What did they have this year in their GDP? 12 to 14% growth. 12 to 14%. Canada had fucking zero. Fucking Taiwan, 12 to 14. But for all my Canadian friends out there that say Canada's fucking great, well, free medical, free dental in Taiwan, and the economy is booming. Booming. But let's listen to what these fucking pundits got to say. One sided. It wasn't one sided. It was a competitive fight, the whole fight. Imagine. Ah, there you go. It was one sided. I think that's pretty close. Yeah, because he's the only one that was fucking close to being fair. 99, 91 is bullshit. I probably would have had him up 6-4. Yep. Yes, it looked like it fell through. It looks like Adamus is going to be defending his 160-pound title. He's being like his dad, right? Definitely. Well, that's what you could say. I mean, he's got it down, Smith. That's exactly the issue. It was a good performance in with a game opponent, but could be better. Foster Navarrete, that's the best fight so far on the schedule now. 8 is a lot, but I saw it competitive. Yeah, it was competitive. I don't think 8 out of 10. I mean, at most, I would have said 7 out of 10 you potentially could give him, but I thought it was more like 6 out of 10. He still won, but I definitely thought Verone didn't get nearly as much credit as he deserved. Now we got the big fight coming. Tio versus Rolly. I think potentially this fight could be a real stinker. I think Rolly could potentially really be patient and stay back, waiting to catch Tio or something. I just thought Hernandez looks a little too one-dimensional. Right? Is this going to turn off if I do that? My ear is killing me. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing. Can you still hear me? I wonder if I take these things off, what will happen? Maybe just talk to the TV. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? My ears need a break. Oh, now COVID is back in Taiwan. What about where you guys are? Any cases of COVID? Already had 3 teachers at my school have to take days off because of COVID. What do you mean the last fight delivered, Evan? The last fight was a great fight. Very good back and forth fight. Competitive. Veron fought fucking great. Uh, Hernandez showed that he still got some work to do if he wants to fight the big boys at middleweight. Did you hear about the woman who took out her 3 children and other women raised 1 million for her? The world is sick. Really? So she killed her kids and people are raising money to defend her? I don't want to say what I was going to say, but I'm sure you can tell what it probably was. Yeah, man, that's fucking. It's like them defending the kid for stabbing fucking person. Look, he said the N word and was KKK and said this and that. It don't matter. You stab somebody with a knife and you kill them. It's fucking manslaughter if it's something that wasn't pre-organized. But when you bring a knife purposely to go somewhere and then you end up using it to kill someone, it's premeditated. You murdered somebody. It don't matter if he's a douchebag. Think about the black guy that was killed by the cops in fucking up north. What's his name? He's a douchebag. They fucking act like he's a martyr, right? If you feel he didn't deserve to die, it wasn't because he's a douchebag. It's because you felt the cops did something they shouldn't have done, even if he's a lousy fucking human being. So if this kid and his brother are lousy human beings, it doesn't matter. They don't deserve to die just because they're shit people. Shit, people are everywhere. Canelo struggled with the Cuban guy in sparring. Canelo was shot. Well, Canelo is shot. And the Cuban guy is a prospect who's just moving into contender status. So what does that have to do with anything? The fight was a good fight. It doesn't matter the rest of the fucking propaganda that you want to push. That was a competitive matchup. Fun fight. The best fight so far of the night. Easily. That's a nice car. Hergovich is fucking driving. They were claiming she had postpartum depression as an excuse. Nice try. Those were 3 kids, man. Yeah, it doesn't matter if she's got postpartum depression. You kill your 3 kids, you fucking go to jail. Like, come on. Like, they're your kids for fuck's sakes. Like, where's your husband? What's going on? Where's your support? Where's your family? You call fucking therapy? You call somebody for help? Like, it's not like postpartum depression is a fucking excuse. So I'm depressed. I go fucking kill kids in my school. That's an excuse? Oh, Sean was depressed. Who gives a fuck? Deal with it. Grow fucking up. What do you mean postpartum depression? Get off your lazy fucking ass. Go fucking do something. Like, I don't understand this depression shit. And people use it as an excuse for something. Like, what? Get on with it. Everyone feels depressed at times. If you're that fucking depressed, Jesus fucking Christ, man. Go get help. Don't use an excuse to hurt somebody. People full of shit, full of excuses. Right, John? Jamal Harvey just knocked a dude out in 2 rounds. And the ref let it be brutal because the ref was terrible. Let him hit a guy that was hurt. And then John, of course, wants to make that seem as if Jamal Harvey is the next great superstar fighter. Jamal Harvey's good. We knew he was good when we saw him in the Olympics. But right now he's fighting bum-ass opponents as a fucking new pro. Like, what does that mean? You can be excited about him, but calm down. The kid hasn't fought anybody yet. Another one, mom in South Dakota cut her 3 kids. Oh my God. What's wrong with these people? Because women are mental. The problem with America is fucking women trying to fucking ruin the fabric of fucking the nation, ruin the family, ruin kids, ruin fucking men. Like, man. And that's obviously not all women, but like all the woke propaganda and shit that goes on in the world now, predominantly it's women pushing this shit, right? Like I have friends I lived with, and now I fucking listen to them on social media. I sit there going, "What the fuck is wrong with you?" And then she goes and says, "Oh, you're not the Sean I knew, who was so full of love. Now you're so full of hate." I'm not full of hate. You're just fucking full of delusion. Like she literally wants Canada to be a fucking communist fucking country. Her parents left Chile to get away from a communist dictator to move to Canada as immigrants. They've done great. Their daughter married, has kids, grandkids. Everyone's doing well in Canada. Why do you want to turn Canada into a fucking country that you ran away from? Right? That's what I don't understand from these people. And then fucking, oh, the transgendered issue is not really a topic. No, it's not really a topic. Let's be fair. It's not because it's a small fucking topic that no one gives a fuck about. But the media is perpetuating it and fucking making it bigger than it needs to be. The media is doing that, not people. We just fucking are sick and tired of listening to the bullshit. That's all. The media is the one that's perpetuating all this shit. And then we got to get bombarded with this bullshit day in and day out. Right? Fucking pronouns. Fuck off. Pronouns. Dickhead. Dumbass. Retard. Those are your pronouns. Enjoy it. But I'm going to go back, drop the kids off at the pool. I'm trying to catch Evan. I have What's up, my people? They are making their way into the ring. Look at all those people. That's cute. Aw. Yeah, it's cute. That kid looks like a young Jaime Munguia. Yeah, well, even if Shakur beat Teo, what does that mean? That just means Shakur beat Teo. Teo can still go on to have a great career just because he lost to fucking Shakur. What does that mean? That was my second. I was out drinking last night. My private school I used to work at, his son just opened a bar, so we figured we'd go and say hello and bring some business to the new bar. I hope Teo wins. Teo is good for the sport of boxing. If Teo wins, becomes the three-weight world champion, then hopefully we can get unification fights with Devin and obviously Ryan Garcia. Great for boxing. Great for fucking the 147-pound division. And then maybe Shakur can come up and try to redeem, reclaim his dominance by moving to his fifth weight division. Obviously, I mean, for Shakur to move to 5 weight divisions is historic. Not many fighters in boxing history have accomplished that. Right now, you got Shakur who's in position and Nui who's in position. And obviously, most people would think probably are going to be successful in doing that at one time and point of time. Romano. Well, he should fight Power in Australia. Go back down, get his revenge, become a unified champion, then fight Ryan, and then you got Devin for undisputed. Oh. My hairline is not straight anymore. What happened here? Oh well. Rolly. Nobody wants Rolly to win. I know lots of people do want him to win, but Rolly winning is not good for fucking the division. Who will win? 56% of people think he's going to beat Teo. Come on, Teo. You don't want fucking Rolly to win? That would not be good for the sport. Sean, why are you choosing to go bald when you have all your hair in your 50s? I'm not choosing to go bald. I just cut my hair. Cutting your hair short is not bald. But if I do go bald, at least I won't be so bent out of shape by it. Here we go, people. The fight of the night. The fight we've been waiting for. Rolly Romero Lily Newton. Lily. Yeah. If he loses the fucking Shakur and then loses the fucking Rolly, oh, mentally that guy's gonna be fucking done. Done and dusted. Sean, you barely Norwood. My temple slightly receded in my 20s. It's known mature hairline hasn't gone back since. You're bald. Bald? I'm not bald. Look, it's all hair. It's like, it's no bald. I just cut my hair short because it's convenient. Problem solving. Mr. Versace. I don't know why he doesn't get sued. How does he get to use the Versace name? Let's go, T.O. T.O., you should beat this guy. Faster hands, better boxing ability, faster feet. Like, Rolly should be fucking tailor made for you, dude. You should fucking run circles around him, beating his ass with combination punching. Oh, you do look racist now, Evan. You're hating on Shakur. You're hating on fucking Bud Crawford. You don't gotta hate on fucking guys. Just say that you're a Teal fan. Nothing wrong with that. Trainer Bob Ware. I thought it's Salis. Salis. There's Salis. Who's Bob Ware? I just remember Rolly fucking in the Mayweather gym, big mouth fucking schnook. I'd love to see him get his ass knocked out. Oh, that's what I was gonna check. Oh, before my friend said his dad passed away, I was gonna look at my boxing predictions to see how I've been doing tonight. Serrano, I had ninth round TKO. That didn't happen. Uh, Lopez 11th round, Russell 6th round, Hernandez 9th round, Utria 7th round, Romero 3rd round. So all my knockouts did not come fucking true. So come on, Lopez, bring it. But Romero won, Utria won, Hernandez won, Russell won. Lopez is going to win. Serrano did win. I don't know about Mortison, Griffin, Medina, Lidard, and Sign, and Buta. I don't know what they did, but that's irrelevant. Here we go. The fight starts now. Round one. Rolly said he's going to come and be aggressive, come right at him. I know that ain't going to fucking be what he does. He's patient, fighting behind a jab, waiting to land a big counter shot. That's why I said for Tio, stylistically, that's not a good thing. It'd be better if fucking Rolly was coming forward, but he won't. You just fought Shakur, one of the slickest fighters in boxing. What did you learn from that Teal that you can use to break down this fucking guy and fucking beat him? Exactly like you expect in the first round. Both guys cautious, everyone coming up short on their punches, not wanting to over commit themselves. And I knew Rolly was going to fight like this. I knew it when he said he's going to come out and be aggressive. Bullshit. Bullshit. You got to take your hats off for both of these guys. When they saw a big opportunity, even though they're friends, they still jumped at the chance to make the fight. To be fair, something Shakur and Keyshawn Davis aren't looking like they will ever do. Good hook to the body from Tio. I don't know who won the fight that round. Obviously, there wasn't much action either way, but yeah, slight edge to Tio, maybe. Yeah, it definitely wasn't a barn burner, but that's not a surprise. I expect that the fight's not going to be a barn burner because Rolly is not going to overly commit. But yeah, who's that? Lily, say hello, everybody. Hi, how are you? Good. Look, they're looking. Round two. They sleep under the same bed. Don't be a hater. Rolly's trying to throw that Pacquiao shot, head off the line, real long, staying out of fucking range from a counter shot. Good right hand from Tio. Nice short counter from Rolly. Do you see that video Ryan Garcia posted when he's talking about Shakur Stevenson when he got pantsed in the amateurs by Edgar Balanga and his underwear were tidy whities and shit stained? A nice right hand from Tio. I don't know if it's true or not. It sounds like it could be something that's true, but it's so funny now because now, of course, Shakur is rich, tons of cash, spending money, looking fucking pimped out, and then fucking people are trying to expose him as a young kid with shitty fucking drawers. Funny. Ryan is such a fucking social media fucking pariah. Let's go, T.O. Yeah, I know Rolly's just going to try to get lucky landing a counterpunch. There's a big shot to the hip from Rolly. Yeah, that's the thing. Teal's hand speed should be too much for Rolly.
And because you sparred, you know each other. I think that's a TO round right there. Yes, sir. Shakur sucks. Tio was in debt and threw the fight. Oh my God. Come on. Shh. Styles make fights. Everybody knew stylistically Tio was just not fucking set up to do well against Shakur. Round three. Here we go. Nice jab. Nice right hand. Tio's kind of picking him apart, piece by piece. Good girl, Lily. Dogs are so funny. She climbs under the coffee table to hide. That's why I said this fight was probably not going to be a very exciting fight. Not high volume. But Tio will still land more than 70 punches. Right, Devin? Tio, you beat Barboza, so beating fucking Rolly should be easy. Rolly's not better than Barboza. He's not longer. He's not a better boxer. Fucking Rolly running. This is the guy that was going to walk Tio down. Fucking walk what down? Dude's running. Canelo also threw the fight against Crawford in order to pay debts. Hey, Sean, how you doing? Didn't get this fight since I just got home from work, so I'm tuning in to get the details. At least Tio is trying. Rolly isn't doing anything. Well, that's it. That's why I think Tio is winning 3-0 after 3 rounds. Rolly is just being a counterpuncher, hoping that he gets lucky and lands something. Tio obviously is not being overly aggressive and obviously is picking and choosing his spots, but he's being more effective. So we're going into round 4. I got it 3-0 for Tio. I can't imagine how anybody would give a round to Rolly based on not really doing too much. And he came out before the fight and said he was going to be aggressive and go at Tio. Well, I said that was bullshit. And yeah, so far it's been that. He's not being aggressive. He's being defensive. Thinks he's Shakur, trying to play the Shakur game, but that ain't going to work for fucking Rolly. Rolly's hands are slow. Too much muscle. Rolly with his little fucking pea head. That was a good right hand from Rolly. Fucking Rolly. What are you doing, Rolly? Nice short right hand from Tio. Rolly's sitting down on that counter left hand. That's what he's trying to catch him with. If I was Tio, I think I'd punch that fucking shoulder so he can't even throw that left hand. Hook that shoulder with your left hand right there. That round, maybe it was a Rolly round. So I have a 3-1 Tio. 1 round for Rolly. I think he was more effective in the 4th round than he has been prior. What do you guys think? Did you give that round to Rolly or? Round 5. In a very underwhelming fight, especially coming off of the last fight, which was really exciting, fun, nonstop action. This one is very cerebral. Rolly moving a lot, backing up, trying to counter with that left hand. Tio trying to slide into range to land the big right hand. Come on, Tio. Land something. Jabs landed. Tio. Oh, cut. Was that from a headbutt for Tio? I thought Rolly would be the one that got cut. Oh, big right hand from Rolly. Tio fucking stunned. Fucking Rolly's going. Come on, Tio. You gonna let this fucking bum ass motherfucker beat you? With those fucking slow ass fucking hooks? Tio should have always got somebody else in his corner because his dad has fucking stunted his growth hard. He's never improved, man. Like literally. If anything, he's fucking regressed. Talk is cheap. What are you gonna do in the ring? That's what matters. Oh, Alexander Krasniak had a victory today. Krasniak now 3-0, 2 knockouts. End up beating a guy who was 16-4, going the distance with him. Elias Palicio. Good win, solid fighter. A guy that lost to Katiev before. That right hand buckled the knees. Man, 100% this old man is the reason he is half of what he should do or half of what he should be. Yeah, like literally, he's regressed so bad after the Lomachenko win with fucking mediocre performances, up and down performances, never really showed any growth in anything. The fact that, stylistically, you got to be able to adjust to different styles that don't work out for you, but hasn't really improved. I told you that Rolly was going to sit back and try to counterpunch Tio and wait for Tio to get overly aggressive. And that's exactly how it's unfolded. I gave, of course, Tio a lot of credit that he'd win, but yeah. Does anyone know, was that cut from a punch or a headbutt? I didn't see, and of course, I can't hear. We don't want Rolly to win. It's bad for boxing if Rolly wins. Shakur's best win now fucking looks crap if fucking Rolly ends up beating Tio more impressively. Can you imagine? Evan's gonna love it because now fucking Shakur and Bud Crawford's best wins have been aging badly. Bloodfest 2026. There. You're there and you don't let your punches go. Is Rolly cut too? Nice body shot, Tio. Hit him with more of those. Keep beating that body. That was definitely a Tio round, that one. Good round for Tio. If Haney got hit with the same shot, he would have been dropped. Tio was the only one throwing punches. So does anyone know, was the cuts caused by a punch or a headbutt? Cruz versus Bravo. Cruz. You fucking threw away all your momentum in fights no one gives a fuck about. Round 7. I have it 4-2. Tio. Ah. Also, he's got it 4-2. Mannix. There you go. Good little short shots. Hand speed. Good right hand from Tio off the noggin. Fucking Rolly throwing shots from fucking God knows where. You got pushed down, ref. Calm down. I'd love to see a fucking Kome knockout punch from Tio. Don't hook with a hooker. What's fucking Rolly doing? Running. Oh, got caught there, Tio. Being too much of a show off. Don't be a show off. You got to win. Tio got wobbled at the end of the round. Yes, he did. Tio still won. Yeah. He won that round convincingly. 5-2. One more round, and you can't lose. Two more rounds, and you're a three-way champion. Two more rounds. Clubbing right. Nice counter from Rolly. Yeah, you gotta fucking not pull straight back. See, you pulled straight back. That's why. You should have fucking went out on an angle. Round 8. Good body shot. Yeah, hit it with more of those. Make him shit himself. Rolly definitely don't want to fucking engage. He just wants to fucking counter punch. Mm. My torrent went down. Shit. Well, I think Tio edged that round, but that wasn't nearly as dominant a round. It was a little closer. So you could see some people potentially give it to Rolly, but I think Tio edged it. So what's that? 6-2. But some people might see it 5-3. Teal dropped his hands too much. He's doing good though. Rolly don't like to get hit to the body. He's bouncing around until he's ready to punch. Yes, Carissa, that's what I said. Same. Hit him in the body. He don't like it. And he's just moving until he gets in position where he wants to throw a counter punch. Round 9. Me and Carissa Shields. We are fucking kin spirits. Of course, Carissa Shields thinks she can beat Rolly Romero. So that means she must think she can beat Tio too. So he's got the same as me, 6-2. Rolly, you're gonna have to get more aggressive eventually, man. Rolly's ribs are red. As I said, this fight is definitely not the most exciting fights. So I can understand people not wanting to pay for this card. I knew it wasn't going to be a fucking slugfest, that's for sure. Good body shot. Hit him again with that left to the gut. Yeah, 7-2. Tio. He definitely won that round. What's your score? 7-2, Nick. Sean, you should watch some Taiwan Cha. What's that, Evan? I reckon this is staged. Staged? Why? Rolly just knows he's not as good as Tio, so what he's trying to do is bait him in to land big power shots and hopefully fucking drop him or knock him out. I think he pretty much knew he was going to lose the fight if it went the distance. Well, but he's always like that. He looked exactly fucking the same against Ryan Garcia. He just sits back, fights fucking passively, waiting to try to counter punch you with big power shots. Round 10. If you win this round, Teal, you got the fight. Then the last 2 rounds, you could just fucking not even worry. 8-2, 7-3 at the worst. Teal needs a good up jab against Rolly, like Cotto used to throw. That shot that Cotto had lots of fucking effect versus Floyd Mayweather. Let's go, T.O. You got to knock him out next round for me to get my prediction correct. Nice counter right from T.O. And Rolly running. Running. Like, Rolly, you can't think you're winning a fight fighting the way you're fighting. You need to be more aggressive. T.O. needs to get better at circling to his right to cut off the ring. These dudes go nowhere to run. Boxing never delivers. At least T.O. is trying. Well, that's what he's trying, right? Big counter punch. He landed one earlier, buckled his knees. He's hoping to land something similar. But now, what are you down? 8-2? Like, the only thing you could do is get a knockout to win the fight. Never landed. Round 11. This fight's definitely put me to sleep. Tio just doesn't look like he's got much pop at this weight. Rolly got pop, but he just got no fucking skills. All those people that were predicting Rolly was going to win. This is the problem with lots of boxing fans. They're fucking casual. Casual. Wow. Rolling through that from left fucking field. That's the punch Rolly was effective with, the left hand counter punch, trying to counter Teal's right hand. But then he stopped throwing it and just focusing on that right hand from fucking left field. Rolly's boring as fuck. Come on, this was the round I needed. TKO. Let's do it. Come on, Tio. What's Rolly with his crazy fucking face stuff? We got to go to Rajasthan one day or Lupi Stadium. We will. What happened? I just got back. Nothing, I assume. Teal's winning what is a boring fight. Rolly just trying to counter with a fucking big counter shot. One round to go. Rolly, you're lucky if you won 3 rounds in this fight. Dude, you're the champion. Round 12. We both got millions of dollars. Good job. Rolly, if you're not going to be overly aggressive now, then what the fuck are you doing, mate? To be fair, I don't know if either one of these guys beats fucking Ryan Garcia. Why are you freezing the zone? What are these clowns saying?
One big shot like he did in the 5th. Nate Penz's there for it, guys. He's throwing punches. He's standing in front of him. Yeah, but that's a thing. That's a deal. The thing about Nate Nate doesn't throw right hands at him. That's a big one.
Yeah, his fucking rights are telegraphed.
I think Lopez looks really impressive against He's done things deep to win this one. He hasn't much spectacular. He hasn't been that's the way that he calls shots, highlighting those shots. He's been disciplined. He's following the game plan. He's got second jab. So the jab levels going to be fastly. It's fair to Teofimo Lopez.
Why are you running, Rolly? You're fucking losing the fight.
Overcame adversity. We've got an issue with a cut beyond. And he's really controlled every round in the second half of this one. That was the key to victory for Teofimo. He couldn't take chances. How do we make discipline? How do we make that midsection? Unless it's set to you to do it. We're going to do it. It's not up there at the Richard Party again. Or the kick for one. The kick's Canada. He's taking what Marty's given. I've always known Kevin Lamar. I'd love to have seen what would have happened. He was the heavier-handed guy that decided to stand there and engage him. This is TFC. He's going to have 6 quick decisions. Get that second. 7 seconds to go. And TFC
What are you running, Rolly? His poor performance from Rolly Romero.
So the good friends is Sergio, you thought you good friend. I was running on you. What did you feel like after the bell rang? I was exactly like this. It was blood, it was smiles. Zion was over, but the thing that was different there, I actually took my head off and hurting me. There's no, other than the one round that Roy Romero ended that big shot, there's nothing else because he had no strategy. He didn't listen to his corner. He didn't take no chances. He just lost his bet because of it. It's the takeover, an update takeover of the welterweight division. It appears so. But hey, this is boxing. You never know what the judges are going to say until the scorecards are ready.
Oh my God. The judges could not give that to Rolly.
We already had one very controversial decision earlier today. It's Carlos Utria got the win over Utria Mercado.
That's true, Brian. Yeah, that's true. He would have had to come up much tougher. Probably would have had to fight Tank or Devin Haney or Ryan Garcia early on if he would have lost to Lomachenko at that point, right? Loma would have destroyed fucking Kambosos, and then he would have fought Devin Haney as the undisputed champion. Things probably would have been different.
What grade would you give Lopez?
B.
I'd say responsible B. You know, nothing great, but sometimes you need to fight
Yeah.
these type of fights where you can look good somehow.
It's a B.
Just get another championship in another division and set up a big money fight, and that's what he did. Jimmy Lennon Jr. has the scores.
9 rounds to 3.
We have a majority decision.
What? Majority decision.
About 114 to 114, even a draw.
What? Fucking
115 to 113, and Tim Cheatham sees it 116 to 112 in favor of a winner.
and new.
And a new.
But I can't even believe it was that fucking close on the cards. Like, give me a fucking break. Like, to have Rolly fucking get a draw in a fight where he didn't fucking do anything? What a fucking bunch of bullshit. Like, how the fuck would you give Rolly a draw in a fight where he didn't do anything?
These judges' scorecards have not been good to me.
No, they're fucking terrible. Typical fucking Vegas judges. Terrible. Yeah, I thought I gave him number 1 and number 5. And then I thought, okay, maybe you could have gave him another round where Tio wasn't overly aggressive. So 3 rounds at best. 3 rounds out of fucking 12. 9-3. Yeah. Yeah. They would have loved to fucking rob him. What a bunch of shit.
As the face of someone who honestly thought he did enough to win.
Please. How do you do enough, Rolly? You didn't fucking do anything.
A world champion in a third different weight class. He's the WBA welterweight champion.
What fucking terrible scorecards.
Tim, congratulations. Let's start with the scorecards. Majority decisions. You're surprised the fuck was that close?
What can you say?
I want to got some work to do, but I gotta say thank you, God. Thank you, Heavenly Father, for bringing me here much closer. This is something that I need to tell you guys. If you lost, and you lose, and you come back, you never lost, because you're a winner. I'm a winner. I'm a true example of what winning is. It ain't about losing. It's about never giving up. You scored hard, I became less, because at the end of my victory, the 36 rounds with this man scoring over the years, was this the fight that you expected? You know something? I expected something similar to this. Just a little more combination from Rolly's side, but if he was just calculating and staying from bonus, listening to the instructions in his corner. But we had to go and push the fight if need be. It was a shot that he worked me up, and I told him right there, I said, you got to do better than that. And I just kept saying, you're going to take me out. It's not that easy. You're going to take me out that easy. So I want to let all you guys know, all you other fighters, hit me. 3-time champion.
Not 3-time, 3-weight.
Next shot you took in the fifth round seemed like you were having some success before then. What that shot feel? Is that the hardest you could hit? Not gonna worry. No, I was just buzzed. Honestly, I mean, maybe my legs said something different, but I got right back up. You know what I mean? Got right back up. Still cool, calm, collected. Changed on hands.
Well, he didn't get dropped.
You know, got the ring experience, and I think that's what's helped me throughout this journey. I want to thank Top Rank. I want to thank the matchmakers, his track club, Brad Goodman. Look, because of the way that they've worked my career along with other legends out there, I was able to withhold and smother the storm tonight. I still know you got beat by Will Stevenson's jab, and this fight, he landed a career high 62 jabs against Will Romero.
62 jabs. That's almost as much punches as Devin Haney landed in fucking a fight.
He's a strong puncher. I mean, everyone knows this. But, you know, congratulations to him for everything that he's done in his career. You know, I'm just looking forward to the next thing, man. It's the road to undisputed. You always seem to be able to pick yourself up after a defeat or after a bad fight, whether it's getting bonuses against Sandor Martin. Just picking yourself in there. We're going back tough fight. But was this harder coming off the support fight to pick yourself back up and have a performance like this? I'll be honest, guys. I got a baby on the way. I want to take some father time, man. Got to tell you. I said, rest. We'll talk about what's next after this, but right now, I think I just need a moment to feel like all of you guys, like a human. Champion at 147 pounds. You feel different fighting at this weight. I feel great. The whole thing is, we just got to work on things. That's all it is to it, you know? Little by little, look, we didn't take it too long. We caught the Super WBA champion and Rolando Romero. And, you know, this is what comes with it. I want to thank everybody that came out tonight. And most importantly, God bless all of you. You can see what I did in that ring walk. I'm here to support the next generation of the sport of boxing. All those young kids are Golden Glove champions. Shout out to the Golden Gloves of America. These are I'm not talking about that bullshit truth shit. I'm talking about the real shit, traditional shit. Let's go back to boxing. Hey, it ain't about how you lose. I'm a winner. And I will always be a winner. Are you a winner? Yeah.
I think so.
Then get you on the table and let's get working. That's good. Rolly, do you think you did enough to win the fight?
I'd like to just thank my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for everything in my life that I've got to enjoy. I will always be your faithful servant.
Do you think, Rolly, that you did enough to win? All right. Still doesn't want to talk top. Go back to you. Well, Rolly Romero, I mean, a few words. He thanks God, and he's out of the ring. Sergio, quickly, your thoughts on those scorecards?
Rolly's a weirdo.
I think
Those scorecards are terrible. All fights. Teal almost got robbed. Teal's jab was sharp. Yeah, Teal won convincingly. I think there's no doubt about that. But I'm going to feed Lily and go buy a coffee, my first coffee of the day. So thanks everyone for jumping in. I will see you next time. Peace out, everyone. Later.